But of course, yes, I happen to have some Grey Poupon. Would you like any? This puzzle has been fun and a challenge. Look at that. Hi, Paul. Hi, Fred. Number one and number two, the guys made it in fast today. Congratulations. How is everybody in the wild world? Paul, you burning up in the UK? I heard it's really hot. Hi, Max. How are you? It's good to see you guys. And yeah, it's hot here today. It's supposed to be 95. It's too much. But I heard in the UK, you guys don't have the air conditioner in a lot of places. So I don't know how people endure that. Right on, Max. At least you got to go swimming. Hi, Ever. How are you? I thought I would dress down today, gentlemen. You know how I am. It's just what I do. Wow, yeah, and then everybody will say global warming, and no, I just think it's weather. I think weather just does stuff. But yeah, it's hot. And thank God for AC, but when you don't have it, oh my gosh, that's a little bit rough, to put it pleasantly. Ever, where you at again? 65. Man, what I wouldn't give to have that right now. 65 that's where it's at. Yeah, Tan said it's like 104 a night in her brick residence. That's too much. Hi, Peachy. That's right. I forgot you're in the Sierras. You think I could get work in Bridgeport? Of course, they might not go for me there. I forgot. Bridgeport is actually, in the summer, it's actually a pleasant place. I would live in Bridgeport. I would definitely, but I couldn't afford a house there. But oh, I would love it. Absolutely. 83 max, that's not too bad. That's not too bad at all. I don't know. Where are they at, Paul? Where's the U.S. at on the score line? Are they down to the last teams or what? I haven't followed it, being honest. And I like soccer. It's just that it's not pushed as much here as in other countries, sadly. Gee! Well, gee, I'm being naughty today. Look at, I just did an Arabian dance, and I'm feeling it. So why don't you dance with me? Sometimes I just gotta. I'm so naughty. So bad. I admit it. Really? I tell you what, Bridgeport, what is the elevation of Bridgeport? If I remember, there's not a lot of trees. It's getting high up there. But I would, again, I don't think I could afford even to own a house in Bridgeport. And the rent is probably ridiculous. The Yankees, right on. USA are first group. Who's the other group? Paul, who else is in it? I remember, is it Bridgeport, the Sportsman's Cafe? Is that still there with all the animal heads on the wall and the bobcat butt? Man, I was there when I was in, oh my gosh, 10th grade? That was a cool restaurant. 7,600 feet. I remember is it the old county courthouse is still there? It like stands there so stark. Yeah, it's the Sportsman Cafe. I believe it's in Bridgeport. And they got all these heads. You're sitting in the restaurant, they got all these, the moose, the bear, and then there's a stuffed bobcat butt. I'm like, oh my gosh. And my friend and I were sitting, Derek, and he goes, look, a bobcat butt. I said, oh my gosh, that's funny. Yeah, somebody that owned the restaurant did a lot of big game hunting. He had elk. Wow, that restaurant is legendary, man. We stopped there on our way back from a cross-country meet in Tahoe. That was a long time ago. I'm glad they didn't tear it down. The one thing I like about the Sierras, I look at places like Lone Pine, Big Pine, Bishop. A lot of those towns haven't changed a lot from what I see. They still look etched in time. Olancha, oh my gosh, they had a place. It saddens me. You went to Olancha. It was a gas station. It was called Green Acres. When I was a kid, we were going to Mammoth to visit our relatives, our aunt and uncle and cousin from LA. And on the way out of town, we stopped out of Mammoth, and we stopped at night at Green Acres. And my older sister and I, my little one, we all got ice cream cones. And then, as time went on, the gas station closed and the Green Acres letters started falling off. It's so sad. It's like, that came flooding through my mind the other day, that night. And my sister kept laughing, dun 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 dun. Look, because they knew that was my favorite show, Green Acres. Let me see. I gotta squint. Oh, you gotta be kidding. That's cute, Rascalette. Did you make that? Hey, Trump. How are you? The bypass. They made a bypass on 395. Why? Olancha is one of those towns. Now that's hot in the summer. That's literally on the valley floor. You can see the Sierra Nevadas, but Olancha's actually got quicksand. I like it, Planet G. Very creative. Of course, you're a rascalette. Rascalettes are very creative and naughty. Naughty. Hey, Sticks, how are you? Welcome on in. And I'm sorry I'm going on about Bridgeport. I forgot I ever lived there. Why did they make a bypass? I mean, did the locals want a bypass? I wonder why they did that. That's kind of sad. Those little towns tell a story. Independence had a bad earthquake in the 1800s. Really, ever? What was the purpose? A bypass. 395 goes straight down to Mojave. Why do they need a bypass? That's so stupid. And Olancha's got what? 10 people living in the whole town? I want to live there. Give me internet. It's a boring town. But so is Augusta. At least there's no crime there. I won't hear that at all. You know what? I remember going 395 as a kid. And you'd be driving a distance and never see another car. Especially that stretch between Mojave and Lone Pine. Nothing out there. Wow. Yeah, Peachy. I'm all right, Sticks. Hotter than a skillet out there. So is it 4-lane all the way up now? I remember it used to be 2-lane. Wow, 2-lane from Mojave up to Lanch Lone Pine. Then it would go into, did it do 4 lanes through Lone Pine? Then it narrowed down to 2 lanes. You know the only time the highway had traffic was the ski traffic. But I mean, you go down there and it was Deadville. Bishop was a cool town. They had Mill Pond and they had, the duck pond and the park, and Bishop was gateway to the bristlecone pine forest. Yeah, Molly, why in the heck? In Olancha. Look up, type in Olancha, California. It'll blow your mind. I mean, I don't think there's a smaller town in existence. Right on, Sticks. We got pink hearts and fire. Ooh. Come on, baby, light my fire. Trying to set the world on fire. La da 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 da. As Jim Morrison drifts into just an almost slight elevator music, and then he romps into that. They were all on drugs, but that music was pretty cool. 131, really? Planet G, look at, I got the sky done. Got the house and the temple done. 131 people. I want to know what keeps Olancha alive. There's nothing there. I don't believe there's agriculture. What keeps it alive? Lone Pine is a cool town. When I was a kid, we stopped at Bonanza, Main Street, 395. Man, steaks, potatoes, that was my favorite restaurant. We only went there once, and I never forgot it. Once we moved to Mammoth, we never stopped at those places. We ate in Mammoth, but we didn't eat. We'd eat in Bishop. But, wow. Independence has a graveyard. In the 1870s, they had a fatal, large earthquake. it affected Owens Lake somehow. But they got dead buried in the cemetery from the great earthquake. I think it was 1874. Yeah. The Sierra Nevadas are very fascinating. And even with earthquakes, I don't know, for some weird reason, I know I wouldn't be accepted there, but I want to go back. I want to go back. The Sierra Nevadas were the backdrop. I don't know, those little towns, they intrigue me. It's really weird. California is drowning in liberalism and taxes, and it's so expensive. I couldn't afford to live up there, but that's crazy, Peacher. Peachy. 5850. Wow, Molly. The smallest town I lived in was Mammoth Lakes, 2,500 when I was a kid. I'm sure it's exceeded that now. I don't even know what it is. I remember the sign, Mammoth Lakes, population 2520 or whatever it was. I'm sure the sign has been updated since then. Yeah, Ever, that's what I just said. 70, yeah. 70. I didn't know it was that high. I think it was 1874. It affected Owens Lake, and it created Lake Diaz further to the south. I swam in Lake Diaz once. I was a kid. I remember this beautiful woman in a bathing suit was talking to me. She was saying, "You like that?" I said, "I love it." She goes, "Lake Diaz is the fun place." We only went there once. My mom, we were on our way back to LA because we still live there. And she stopped and I jumped in that water. Boy, was it fun. Lake Diaz. And we stopped Ever at, what is it called? What is it? Manzanar, the Chinese internment camp. You can watch a video. It's out there in the middle of nowhere. And all the buildings are gone. I think they built a museum since then. They interned all the Japanese, World War II, and they put them out there. Made no sense. They were citizens. But America reacted with the bombing of Pearl Harbor, and they rounded them all up. They lost their businesses, their homes. And yet those Japanese, they weren't beaten or tore up, and they grew gardens outside the barracks and made it shine. And then they were released, and the whole place just disappeared. Yeah, they had some major upheaval in the earth there. Major. It was a major earthquake. They didn't have the Richter scale, so I don't know the actual magnitude of it. Very fascinating stuff. The whole Sierra Nevada range is on the move. There are volcanoes in it. There are Mammoth Mountain is a volcano. It's Inyo Mono craters are volcanoes. It's a fascinating area. I would appreciate it more now as an adult than I ever did as a kid. Huh. Yes, Molly, absolutely. Hello, no one. How are you? I think there's somewhere in the Old Testament that there was an earthquake and it swallowed up a bunch of men, if I recall correctly. That would have been a fun day. What'd you do today? Watched all my friends disappear in a crack? Oh, nice. Does that go there? Yeah, it does. All right, look at this. Come together right now. That's good. Today's a good day to take it easy. Have I ever heard what? Alan Jackson. No, that was Joe Jackson I was thinking of. He had the song Steppin' Out. Have I ever heard what before, McQueen? Max Palmer, send me a message on one of my videos so I can watch it. I don't know if I'm subbed to you or not. I think I did sub. Hey, Rascalette. Do I? I did not know that. No, nobody's told me that. They told me I sound like Ace Ventura, Pet Detective, years ago. Hi, Vanessa. Hi, Cinnamon. The Rascalette is here. Good. It's going good. I'm just puzzled. Look, I'm getting her completed. We're making progress. I got the sky done. I was being naughty. I did an Arabic dance in my skirt. You know, people really getting bent about that, but I like doing it. I enjoy wearing this. It's erotic. It's just, call it weird. I just like it. Thank you, Cinnamon. Jillian. Now we got all this pink stuff. Where does that all go? My love, my darling. I've yawned all through this song. A long, lonely time. Sheesh. Stop yawning when you sing. Lonely rivers flow to the sea, to the sea. Thank you, Vanessa. I wish we could have a storm. The Righteous Brothers, yeah. Are you breaking out a random singing too, Jillian? Ever. I can't believe it's 65 up there. That's pretty good for almost July. But you know, Mammoth will get up into the 80s. And you know, you're up at 8,000 feet. And boy, the sunburn up there is rough. If I was to go out just with this showing, I'd be red as a lobster. That mountain sun and that UV's intense. But I did love Mammoth. I didn't like going to school with the rude kids and all the bullying I grew up with. But Mammoth, unfortunately, has shifted a lot. You know, it's changed so much from what it was. snowstorm in parts of the U.S. and we're burning up down here. Oh, I'd love it if a snowstorm hit Augusta. I would love it. I set a record, maybe set a record. Bring snow in June or July. I don't care. That would be awesome. I'd be dancing out there doing a video. I'd be going dancing with myself. Tell you what, if it snows in the summer, I'll run out there in this and do a complete snowstorm dance. People be like, look at this clown. Do the red stuff. See, I'm doing it by colors. Do the red part. Yeah, I agree, Jillian. I would video that in a minute. It's 4th of July, folks, in Augusta, Georgia. And that don't stop me. Feminista, baby! Let's do the ice dance. I want to be a star. I never really amounted to anything. Would you like to be a star? Gotta make a move to a place that's right for me. Ever, are you still in the house? Ever got me thinking about Bridgeport with that cooler weather. I'm telling you. All right, where's the... That don't go there. Oh, Funky Town. Oh, who was that? Not Chick. No, who sang that? Was it Lee something? I don't remember who. Why am I drawing a blank? Oh, you talk about it, talk about it, talk about it. Yeah, I believe that. It increases on the weekends. 7,200 people now. PG. Well, yeah, 2 years ago we had Helene, and that doesn't happen. Not this far inland. That thing was 800 miles across. So Augusta's 130 from the Atlantic. The eye wall was over Augusta. Then it's 130 miles from here. So from the eye wall out, and then how far over the ocean, sucking up that wet air and that moisture from the sea and just killing us. Unbelievable. $77 or 7,200 people. That's amazing. Oh boy. Oh, it's magic. Oh. Hey, hey, it's magic. Absolutely, Ever. I'm the same. Yeah, well, hurricane, I'll tell you. It definitely made its presence known. Tragedy. La da 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 da. It's tragedy. I love the Bee Gees. I will not apologize for that. The Bee Gees were awesome, man. Hey, it's magic. Tragedy. Ted Nugent is still kicking, huh? Wow, he's still kicking. Tragedy. La da 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 da. I'll take you there. Wow, this red stuff is hard to do, man. That don't go there. That don't go there. Well, that's dumb. It goes there. Cool. Really, no one. That's wild. A free one. Wow. Do you still like it there, Blondie? Peachy, where was that? Jillian? I know. Where'd Paul go? He got very, very quiet. He must be hunting wabbits. Gotta watch out. Paul is hunting wabbits. Nope, not there. Ooh, we're making headway, folks. Look at that. What's this? Another one. Another one rides the bus. Dun dun dun. Another one bites the dust. And another one's on, and another one's on. Another one bites the dust. Hey, can you get that down? Another one bites the dust. Duck season. Hey, teacher, leave them ducks alone. All in all, it's just another duck in the pond. We don't need no thoughts control. No dark sarcasm is in the classroom. Hey, teacher, leave them kids alone. Pink Floyd had a good one with that. Wabbit season, I like that. Ooh, you wascally wabbit. I'm getting tired of you. Oh, is that so? Guy at work the other day came up to me and said, you know what, Mike? In real life, Bugs Bunny was an a-hole. I looked at him and I said, you know what? You're right. He used to mess with people. You're right. I never thought about that. That's so funny. Bugs Bunny was an a-hole. Sheesh. We Don't Need No Education was good music. Yeah, I like We Don't Need No Education and Money. If you don't eat your meat, you're not going to get your pudding. That is so funny. That's a riot. And that little guitar thing going on in there. Floyd had a band and had it going on. That little interlude that just had that coolness to it. Am I right? I mean, it was good music. Bugs was nice till you weren't. Lola Bunny. What is Lola Bunny? Wow, talk about beautiful. They're just going into place. Hey, teacher, leave them kids alone. All in all, it's just another old brick in the wall. Nope, don't go there. That goes there. Or does it? No, upon closer examination by the court, it has been determined that is the wrong piece, Your Honor. Overruled. Objection. Stuff it. Yeah, he was. I mean, I didn't like all his music, but he was. He was definitely, those were one of those bands that was never duplicated by anybody. They were unique. I'm sorry, John Cougar Mellencamp, Springsteen, Huey Lewis and the News, Billy Joel. I never got into them. Never. They, to me, were like bubblegum. Just boring, bland bubblegum. Sorry to offend you all. I just can't get into those bands. I never did. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. Ooh, ooh. Now try to imitate her voice right there. I can't even do that. That woman was good. Oh my gosh, she was good. Really ever. Now that's wild. Really no one. I didn't know that. I guess when I reflect back, on music that I've listened to. I never heard anybody even attempt to sound like Floyd's band. I mean, he was definitely out of the box. Loving you, la 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 la. Any of you ladies remember that song that I'm trying to sing? Trying is the key word. Minnie Riperton, yes, that's it. Thank you. It was a name, and I couldn't think of it. I know, I'm like, it's an odd name. Minnie Riperton, absolutely. And she did that little squeal in there, and there's no way I can even attempt to do that. I had a black lady friend, and she used to laugh. She goes, Mike, I can't even reach that. I said, nobody can. Minnie was the only one that could do it. I think Beyonce did a remake of that song and pulled it off. Somebody did. But nobody generally can do it. It's like rare. Remember Muskrat Love? Pussifier. Pussifier. What is Pussifier? Yes, Peachy. Uncle Cracker? No. That doesn't sound familiar. La 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 la. La 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 la. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Wow, this is getting hard. Pull up your socks, you're the boy in the box. Won't you come out and play? Who sang that, gentlemen? Never heard of a perfect signal. Sputnik has crashed again. Hi, Risa. How are you? Sputnik, that is so funny. All the leaves were brown and the sky was gray. I've been for a walk on a winter's day. Oh. Wow. Where does this go? Really no one. So that's how you feel about me, you rat. Hi, Brooke. How are you? Brooke speaks truth, Planet Pat. I'm all right. What state are you in? Can I ask? We always like to know where everybody's from. We get a lot of people from around the world here in the U.S., and it's fun. And the sky was gray. I've been for a walk on a winter's day. Toronto, Canada will welcome our friendly neighbor to the north. Is it cooler up there? It's burning up down here in Georgia. And it's hot in Europe. It's crazy weather. Crazy. Born free as the grass grows. Anybody remember the movie that went to that song? Warm Summer. Wow. Of course, you're surrounded by the Great Lakes. Hi, Catsby. How are you? So you're close to it. Right on. I miss the Great Lakes. Brooke, I used to live in Duluth, Minnesota on Lake Superior. Southern nights. Have you ever felt those southern nights? Lots of mosquitoes and fire ants too. Yeah, that one. Glenn Campbell, man. Anybody remember Glenn Campbell? Like a rhinestone cowboy, riding out on a horse in a star-spangled rodeo. What is a star-spangled rodeo? The Rolling Stones, really? Thunder Bay? Wow, the Amethyst Town. I never went up there. Oh, I did the border first. Got to ride like the wind, ride like the wind. Gonna ride like the wind. Christopher Cross was my first tape cassette purchase ever in the 1980s. Ride like the wind, sailing. I'll tell you what, I had a carry around cassette recorder, not the boombox. And that was my first cassette purchase, and I loved it. Da 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 da. 11 more weeks. That's cool, Brooke. Amethyst is a pretty stone. I wish I was out there right now, Brooke, because it's cooler. What is... Why are you doing this? It doesn't go there. That's why. Something's off. Yeah, this piece. That's stupid. That goes there. This goes not there. Not there. Okay. There. And there. That's why it's not working. Gotta have those happy little trees, everybody. If you get lost between the new... No, wait a minute. I thought it was, if you get caught between the moon and New York City. I know it's crazy, but it's true. That was good music. Good stuff. The best that you can do, the best that you can do is fall in love. That was in the movie Arthur. I remember seeing that when I was a kid. Arthur. Yes, Vanessa. Hi, Sheepish. Well, we got different trees, and I don't know what they all are. Rather be diamond? Ah, Brooke, you crack me up. Diamonds are a girl's best friend. Don't you know? Don't turn around. Uh-oh. Der Kommissar's in town. Uh-oh. After the fire, ATF, baby. How can you not remember that? Rock the Casbah. By order of the prophets. Rock the Casbah. Where does this go, George? Nowhere. Hello, Lisa. Wow, 500 sandwiches. Are you exhausted? The Cash Bar. Yeah, you know what? There's a song I remember as a kid that I didn't know what it was saying. Blinded by the light, wrapped up like a douche. No. Wrapped up, R-A-P-P-E-D, like a deuce coupe. But no, I thought it was wrapped up like a douche. Many of us kids did, until somebody corrected us. That is so funny. In the middle of the night. I would sing that and not even know what it was. I didn't either. Panama. Wrapped up like a douche. Yes, Brooks. So you know what I'm talking about. Oh my gosh, that's funny. Don't be singing about a douche now. Yeah, this other stuff's getting hard. So easy, so easy. It's so easy to fall in love. It's so easy to fall in love. More pebbles. Great. Only problem is, I don't know where this goes. Never have, sheepish. Bird is the word. Never heard that. I mean, if I did, I don't know it offhand. It's so easy to fall in love. So easy. So easy. Where's Rascal at? You better not have left me. You did that last night and I had trauma. Gibberish. Ah, that's funny. Hi, Sandra. Rubbing sticks and stones together make the sparks ignite. Gonna have ourselves afternoon delight. Sky rockets in flight. Afternoon delight. I wonder what that afternoon delight was. Anybody know? What do you think that afternoon delight was? I mean, I'm kind of confused. Anybody know what that was? I'm being absolutely horrible. I know very well what it means. A little bit of intimate and physical activities. Yeah. Well, it hurt my feelings. I'm just joking. Gee, you know me. Brooke, welcome in. I hope you'll like and sub and come back and see us once in a while. We try to have a good time in here. Ooh, that cloud keeps moving and cutting down the light. Now it moves out. Now it moves in. Now it moves out. Now it moves in. Make up your mind, please. Why don't you just bring the rain? The weatherman doesn't have to be right. Prove the weatherman he's a liar. I'm going to get out and do a naked rain dance. Anybody with me? Sky rockets in flight. Now that song's stuck in my head. Totally. You two know what? Who's leaving? Hey, thanks for coming in, Brooke. You have a good one and be safe up there. Oh, Canada. Send your cold air to all of us. Ooh, I see it. I see it. Now, boy, I told you, I'm not a chicken. I'm a rooster. I am if you don't look. That's funny. Gonna go fight a goose? Uh-oh. Honk honk, says the goose. No, you don't go there. The goose is the word. As long as you don't get goosed. If you get goosed, wow, then you got a problem. Jillian. I appreciated your wisdom this morning. You're much more intelligent than I ever realized. And no, that's not a put down. You're a very, very smart lady. How come the chat like freezes up? That's really weird. There's only 14 people watching. Wow. Everybody must be watching something today, but it ain't me. Yes, rascal. She will not get away from calling me rascal. I'm gonna ask Spanky and the gang if they need a brother, since she's calling me a little rascal. Do you ever remember the show in the U.S., The Little Rascals? Rascalette? Have you ever heard of that? Ha ha, sheepish, that's a good one. That is something I ought to say to the clowns that believe in that foolishness. And it is foolishness, oh my. That is exactly. How do you get a body created that feels things, tastes things, smells, hears, sees? Just simply by random accident. That's insane. That's not only not rational, that's downright ridiculous. Won't you take me to Funky Town? I like that song because the music was so cool when I was a kid. I've got my playlist listed. I got all different categories. You guys can look at it if you're subbed. Even if you're not subbed, you should be able to pull all that up. Gotta move on. Now you talk about it, talk about it, talk about moving. Hey, silent damsel, how are you? Pineapple belongs on pizza. You know, let's unpack this. So do black olive pieces. So do ham pieces. Mushrooms, yes. Mushrooms are the bomb. Ooh, what do we got here? Just under the eve, baby. There, connect 4, baby. Connect 4. Anybody ever play the card game Uno? The only problem with that is a game that could go on and on and on and never quit. Boy, did I learn that lesson the hard way. Hours, and you still haven't gone through a play. No mushrooms, no black olive, green olives. Oh, Greg, I can't stand those things. Hi, Greg, how are you? Green olives, I cannot, pimento olives. No, don't go there, dude. Really silent. Really? I didn't know that, Sheepish. Now that's fascinating. I went to it was a Christian camp or a summer camp. I'm trying to remember where I was that I saw it. What state. Went into one of the lodges or cabins, and they had 2, were they elk or deer? The skull and the antlers locked. They got locked and they both died and rotted away, and still they fight and they headbutt, and doesn't usually end up well when it gets stuck. That's sobering. Green olives are sour. They're peppery or something. But yes, black olives, the bomb. Now you guys have made me hungry. Time to open a can of olives. Congratulations, everybody. This is what happens. What do you do on a Sunday? Go to church. listen to YouTube, call friends, do videos, eat olives, and do jigsaw puzzles. Hey, Sid, how are you? Green olives are nasty. Nasty. Jalapenos on a pizza? What up with that? Jalapenos on a pizza. Where's my olives? Pitted large black ripe olives. Oh yeah! Wash your hands before you handle the food. Won't you take me to Fungus Town? Hey, Jillian. What did the mushroom say to the toadstool? Wow, I didn't know they were the same olive. Ha! No one. Hi, Jim. Yeah, you must be a real fungi. That's funny. Y'all gave it away. Craig knew the answer. No one knew the answer. No one at all. You're fungus, maybe. You're funny. You're fungus. Does anybody remember the snack Cracker Jacks? And you used to get those little tiny joke books, the little tattoo books, and all that cheap plastic crap. And it had all those dumb little jokes. What did one wall say to the other wall? Meet you at the corner. You know, cheesy stuff when you were a kid. The old Cracker Jacks used to have metal boats and whistles and yum. It's only 4 days this week of work. Thank you, God! Our one holiday in the middle of, well, not in the middle of. Our next holiday will not be until Labor Day, September. We have Friday off for the 4th. You're looking sportacular today. That's funny. Oh, no one, that's horrible. Oh my gosh. Ah, no one, that's good. The corner joke. I had to think about that for a minute. I'm like, what? It's not 90 degrees. Yeah. Contractor term. Talk about it, talk about it, talk about it. I learned something this winter that I never knew before, and it'll shock you all. Some of you might go, no duh. Did you know that hot water actually freezes faster than cold water in the wintertime? So your hot water line could actually freeze before the cold water line. I mean, the hot water comes off the cold water, but I did not know that. Indy, how are you? Oh, that sounds good. Cheese and crackers with olives. That actually sounds good. Sometimes I just snack on whatever. These are yummy. Cashews without the salt, and they're roasted. These are better because they put too much salt on nuts. Aldi's, man. Touched by an angel? Yes, I sure do. I think it's funny, you guys are used to me snacking and being a pig on the internet. Veggie straws. Lisa. Thomas, I'm good. Are you okay? We were thinking about you the other day. Is everything going all right? I agree with you, Silent. I dated a black woman many years ago. She had the voice of Della Reese. I told her that. I said, Robin, you sound like Della Reese. I said, do you remember Della Reese? Yeah, wasn't she in that show Touched by an Angel? And I said, yeah. Yummy, 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 I got love in my tummy, and I'm eating snacks every day now. Don't forget the cheese. I love doing this, it's fun. It's time for the Snack Man, kids. Hi, Bluegrass, I haven't seen you in a minute. Thomas, I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad things... Look, we all need a break from our trials. I always say, you know, something's got to give here before I snap. Lisa, I'm glad you love it here. I don't have any peppers. I got pepper in the shaker. Max. I didn't know you were listening. Here, damsel, let me get you something. Hold on. Let me get you something. You should try some of this. I'm not going to eat any right now. This is more of my morning food. You should try this stuff. I like nudity. Nudity is where it's at. Naked granola. Oh, don't forget. Y'all gotta go bananas too when you eat. What is this stuff to the... Ooh, that's stupid. Now, how'd that happen? Pulled one off and it opened the other banana. Oops, well, it looks like the banana group told me which one I was eating today. Not the one I wanted. Now, let's put this down in the record books. This guy on YouTube is eating olives, veggie chips, cashews, a piece of cheese, and a banana. The heck? Can you leave lipstick on a banana? Nope, it already wore off. Max, I bought it. I bought that at Aldi's. I like it. I don't like it as much as I thought I would, but I liked it. I finished the whole package. It is. I want to apologize yesterday. And yet I have to say something, and I don't know how to handle this, so I'm going to do the best I can, and hopefully nobody's offended. I hope I didn't hurt somebody yesterday. I'm a nice guy, and I care, and I sincerely care about people's struggles. And somebody came in yesterday and was having a really hard time. Something that happened quite a while ago. I tried to comfort her, several tried to comfort her. And I don't want to be insensitive. I've had things bother me so bad that the last thing I'm going to do is get on chat. I tend to, if I'm really down and out, I'm going to crawl into my hole and stay. There has to be a balance. We all go through stuff. And I'm starting to understand my pastor when I've shared with him some of the stuff, not recently, but a while ago, about my job. And he chuckled and he said, "I tell you what, Mike, you take the church for a week and I'll go back to your warehouse for a week." And I said, "Are you serious?" He goes, "Mike, people are tough, even in the church." He said the pettiness, the squabbles, just the stupid stuff. And I never thought about it. Pastors have to listen to all kinds of stuff. And he'll give advice and nobody follows it. Did I burn it? No. It's a kiss. I kind of went like this with my lipstick. And nobody in the room presently. Yeah, I smudged. But, you know, all of us can only take so much. Raise your hand in the room, or say, "I did," or "I have." Anybody had people you met, church, whatever, and you start to avoid certain people, you care, you ask them how they're doing, and they're going to tell you every time a giant encyclopedia list of their problems. Every time you see them. We got them in every church I've been to. And that's draining. You can't help them. You can pray, but you can't do anything. Thomason, thank you for that. I think it's neat that men can come in and enjoy that. Because men typically, you know, they're going to, "I don't need this touchy-feely stuff." I admitted to my friend, Jim Russell. He's a moderator. We typically talk on Sunday. He was talking about some of the stuff that goes on at his job. He drives a cement mixer and a dump truck, and sometimes the water truck. And in Montana, this is the time of the year when they get hopping for the concrete. Because they have winter, they go up into the mountains, and you can't do that is easily when you got snow and dangerous conditions. Last thing you want to do is drive a cement truck and be pouring cement in a blizzard. Thank you, G, and thank you, Thomas. You know, you go up. I remember church I went to. I'm not doing good, Mike. I hurt, and every time, and I finally thought I changed it. They'll like a barnacle attach themselves. Somebody left me a message, and I left that somebody a message today, and her words of wisdom were awesome. She said, "You're a caring guy, and I've noticed the dynamics. Some people want to drain." It's really hard if you're married and your husband or your wife, you have to be the caregiver. My hat is off to you. That is hard as HE double hockey sticks when their needs are so great that you're just deeply mired into trying to survive that. But I can't deal, and I won't take on the impossible. I'll try to be positive. I'll tell somebody I prayed for them. But what I do is I find a way to not be rude, but a way to cut it short. I will, instead of asking, "How are you?" I'll say, "Good to see you," and move on. Oh, MD, no, nobody asked me to cut my hair for the job. I cut it before I got it because it was frizzing out. And one of the owners told me that, you know, the Southerners, the Southern culture, there's long-haired people down here, but not a lot. When it comes to church, they're against it. I went to a mostly black congregation here for a year. Pastor was white. Only 2 black women actually said hi to me. Every Sunday, they were sweet old ladies. "How are you doing, Michael?" They were so nice. And a guy that would greet everybody in the lobby called me darling and sweetheart. I did not dress feminine. My hair was very long. It was my mullet, and I had my chain. I looked like this. Tina was with me. Tina we got out in the truck because she'd ride with me. She said, "Did he call you darling?" I said, "He does that every week." I said, "Either he can't see real good and thinks I'm a woman." I'm sorry. I would not think that's a woman. And I'm not just saying that because it's me. You can clearly tell I'm a guy. From the back, maybe not so. Really, Thomas, laughing my butt off. Laughing my butt off. I know what that means. Bluegrass, that's funny. I didn't correct the guy. When I worked at transportation, somebody in the maintenance department, because I used to wear my shirt off shoulder, and one guy used to say, "Hey, sweetie, how are you?" I said, "I'm fine." I accepted it. I'm like, I guess they're thinking I'm feminine or whatever, and it doesn't bother me. It would bother me if somebody was coming up and being aggressive. "Hey, honey," and I'd be like, "Get your hands off of me." What does lascivious mean? He couldn't see good. I should go up and pull a Peppy the next time a guy does it. Let me kiss you with the kisses of my mouth. Ah! Thank you, Quiet. I miss it. 80s, absolutely. 80s all the way. I don't personally have a hang up. If somebody wants to call me darling, sweetie, whatever, I don't care. I don't. If they're being strange and insultory, yes. No, lascivious, I believe, is in the Bible, isn't it, Thomas? Nobody's called me a lascivious. Hey, Six Style Life, are you from Montana? We got 3 people in here from Montana. Thomas, I'm looking closer at your picture. You had beautiful hair. You could have rocked it Viking style all the way. You need to grow it back. That's awesome. Just gonna say it. Put the lime in the coconut. Put the lime in the coconut. Yeah. Okay, that's not working. Can openers do be replaced. It's getting harder and harder to do its business. Cheap junk made in China. Look at that. Hurts my fingers trying this stupid thing. It's like it's trying to cut, I don't know what. Come on. Get some of that tuna oil on it. There we go. Now it slides easier. Maybe I need to plop this thing in some oil. What a mess. Stupid. Fighting a can opener. What is that? 111 is Jesus speaking to me. Oh, you got sunburned, Terry. I'm sorry. You've been doing something odd, looking at the clock. I didn't know you were doing that. Bluegrass? Daniel, I think it would be awesome. When and where? You know, I started this job, so I'm not on vacation yet. I've got a goal to finish this house before I go anywhere. I'd like to have somebody living in here so that when I do leave, the house is safe. Actually, if you want the truth, I want to sell and move. And I want to move somewhere a bit cooler than the devil went down to Georgia. Yeah, I kissed myself with lipstick. Why bluegrass? Is it just a quirk? They do, Thomas, but I got a lot of criticism too. The black woman, it was 50-50. I had black women come up to me in the store, oh my gosh, I love your hair. I had others at transportation criticize it. Most of the women that criticized it were this big. And I refrained from saying, one came up to the pumps, I'm putting diesel in my bus several years ago. She was a big woman. And I heard her go, Mike, yeah, I like you better with short hair. And I didn't respond. Hey, Mike, yeah. I said, I like you better with short hair, and I kept ignoring her when she'd say that. Can I be honest with everybody in the room? You know what I wanted to say? Thank you, Terry. Flea market find a couple weeks ago for $2. I thought this is cool. And then the sun hits it. It's awesome. And I wanted to. I would never do this because I would have been landed in the office. Probably would have been fired then. I say, I'd like it if you weren't 400 pounds. But hey, I don't like that. I don't like when people try to, by giving a compliment, they're actually giving a put down. Thank you, Bluegrass. If you ever come by and visit, I'll let you wear it on your neck while we're here on a live, and then you got to take it off when you leave. MD, have a good evening. I hope you're doing okay. Colette, Tina, why am I so early? It's Sunday. Terry, don't be getting naked out there. That's why you got sunburned. Yes, I like it. Thank you for that, Lisa. MD, stay cool. I don't know if it's hot where you're at, but take care, man. Doctor, doctor, can't you see I'm burning, burning? It's hot down here. My uncle, who I still talk to, very kind soul. He grew up in the state of Virginia. My uncle tells me stories when I talk on the phone. And when I was growing up, I stayed with my aunt because my dad was a drunk and a problem. And my aunt, we didn't have air conditioning. Rich people had it. He said, Michael, it's so hot in the South. I said, believe me, Uncle, I know that. And at night, my grandma would open the windows and she would put cool towels, wet them, and hang them in the window for the air to blow through, and would help cool us kids down. We got it made today, folks. You go back to the old South, they had it rough down here. No, my uncle's father was a drunk. Oh, Terry, Florida's ridiculous. I spent 3 months in Tampa in the winter. Well, November, December, January, and then I bought my house and moved back here. It got down to freezing 1 or 2 days. We actually had frost on the grass down in Tampa, and I was like, oh yeah, it does freeze down here once in a while. That's when we hear that the orange prices go up again. The citrus has been frozen. Gotta spike the orange juice. What I want to know, and this is an honest question, northern Minnesota, they get down to 35, 40, 50 below. Why is it when spring comes, the damn mosquitoes come out? You would think that that kind of cold would kill every damn bug from a foot under the ground on up. How do mosquitoes, how do they survive? That's what I want to know. And ants and wasps and all these things, how do they survive that? That's awesome, Bluegrass. Panama City Beach, oh, you're on the Atlantic. That's awesome, Blondie. Oh, Jim, I'm sorry, I didn't even see your question. What do you do about nasty bully neighbors? You're in Sweden. What are they doing to you? Hello, Emma, how are you? I thought Panama was on the Atlantic side. My bad. The Atlantic would be better, except, well, actually, you get the double whammy. You get hurricanes from the Gulf and the Atlantic. You're not in Central Time Zone, Terry. You're on EST. Max. I'm glad, Emma. Good to see your pretty face. Florida gas 2 time zone. What? Oh, the panhandle. That's right. Wait a minute. You're on the panhandle. Hello. I forgot I went through there. I'm so stupid. You're east of. Oh, I'm so dumb. What's the big town on the panhandle that everybody talks about? You're east of there. Hugh, you're funny. I'm all right, Emma. Pensacola, thank you. You're east of Pensacola. I don't know why I thought you were down near the Space Coast of Florida on the Atlantic side. But my buddy, he was my buddy. We definitely had a falling out. We had a falling out when I knew him in Duluth in my 20s. And 20-something years, well, no, many years later, I noticed things got worse. But I did not like Tampa. It just reminded me of a Florida version of Denver. Traffic, stupid drivers, congestion. You go down into St. Petersburg, it's just, I don't know. Florida's not my cup of tea. Oh, really? Do you have a landlord at all, Jim? Thank you, Daniel. I would get out of there if you can. It sounds like you got a. Are they Swedes or are they all immigrants? Man, I can tell you're a woman. And they think you're a man. Hi, Leslie. Leslie, I try to be happy. I just get intense in my conversation. When I'm trying to make a point, I get intense. Well, after I eat, I'll put it on. I got the red stuff now. That black lipstick isn't quite as good as the red. I have to press harder, and I notice it comes off a lot. I can just wipe with a napkin, and off it comes. I bought it at the Asian store that sells to the black community all the hair products. Boy, do they do a business over there. Nail extensions, all the nail stuff. It's like a hair supply superstore. It's huge. I went in there. Oh my gosh, it reminded me of going into Hong Kong. Packed. I mean, so much stuff in there like a Hong Kong store, and the smell. They had the air conditioning running, the humidity was high, and I'm like, man, it even smells like Hong Kong in here. I had to just hang out. There's some pretty Asian ladies at the counter. Ah, deja vu. Leslie, I'm considering West Virginia down the road. Maybe West Virginia, Ohio border. So beautiful. I am from Los Angeles, California. Bluegrass, work within the gifts God's given you. Thank you, Leslie. I appreciate that. You're sorry to hear what, Hugh? Mine it is matte. Or is that the brand? West Virginia, Ohio border. Really, Leslie? Is it really pretty? It's like really hilly, and I drove through there into Ohio years ago, and I forgot that scenery. Pastor was talking today at Bluegrass about knowing our spiritual gifts. You guys can actually get online. I believe it's out there somewhere. I could be wrong. Look up the spiritual gifts test. Answer the questions. Write down what you circled. And then it will give you a thing. It tallies everything up. And it's the most accurate thing I've ever seen based on how you answer the questions. Don't think too hard. Give the answers, be quick, what comes natural. If you're not good at this, put not my thing. But it adds that up and it tells you based on that what your spiritual gifts are. And I'm surprised at how accurate it is. Mine said I had the gift of prophecy and teaching. Prophesying does not mean that I'm prophesy. Prophesy is another word for teach. An exhortation was my gift, to exhort. And I've known that all my life. Well, not all my life, but as a Christian, I love talking about the word and the power of it. When I took the gifts test, my pastor in Duluth said, "That's you." He said, "This gift test is accurate and that's you." Spiritual gifts. It's a spiritual gifts test. They do come out to torture us. This is actually the matte, darker stuff. And it does. I had to put chapstick over it. Colette told me to do that. You're up high. Wow. Oh, so you must be right on a creek. Hello, Lone Wolf. How are you? Lone Wolf Enigma. I like your picture. And welcome to chat. Well, hey, better late than never. Thank you, Thomas. And we have fun here, and it's attracting people from all over the place, which I like. Lone Wolf Enigma. I like that. I feel like that sometimes. Lone Wolf. And definitely an enigma. I can relate. Oh, I gotta dump the pot of stuff. Gotta dump the pot of pasta. Funiculi, funicula. Italian music is just awesome. 100. Don't ask my mother about my business. Just keep it 100 and call me. Yeah, lip oil. Usually I just take a washcloth and, wipe my lips off with it. It does seem to work. Though my washcloth's all pink. But that's okay. It's mine. Nobody else has to use it. Yes, do you have a shared washcloth? No, that's like sharing underpants. We don't do that here. Things I do not buy used. Underwear, socks, mattress, blankies, sheets. I do not share toothbrushes. That is not something I'm going to do. The only way I'd share a toothbrush is if she was my wife and lover, and I knew she was clean and she knows I'm clean, and we're on a trip and we only had one, or that'd be totally different. Honey, you left part of your hamburger in the toothbrush. Come on. Yes, isn't that fun? Gotta make a move to a place that's right for me. Yeah, the key to living in West Virginia is do not live down by the creeks or rivers. West Virginia does have some very, very dangerous floods. You gotta be at high ground. I've also considered some smaller Ohio towns. I would not move to Cleveland, Akron, Dayton, Toledo, Cincinnati, Columbus. No. I'm older. I don't want to live in a big city. Nowhere, no more, no how. Absolutely no cities. In fact, the next place I live, I really don't want it to be over 30,000 people. I just don't want a big place anymore. Baby, we can do it, take the time, do it right. We can do it, baby, do it tonight. Good old SOS band. They were a good band. They had a lot of good stuff. Be good to me. Every time the song Funky Town, it makes me think of Shrek too, sometimes Alvin and the Chipmunks. Yes. Hi, Shauna. How are you? I'm all right. And how are you? Well, you're out in the country. You'd rather be in Georgia? Why? What's elf brand? Oh my, broke hamburger left on a tooth. Yeah, if I leave Augusta, I'm going to leave Georgia. I can't afford to live in Helen. Helen's a nice little mountain town, but that's a tourist town. It's expensive. I would live in Maine, but the heat is too much. The heating oil and all that's too much. There are parts of Maine where you can go and be left alone. But it's winter, in the winter. Oh, makeup, got you. Yeah, there's nothing to do here either. Augusta's 200,000 population. I live in South Augusta. No place is perfect. Augusta doesn't have appeal for me. A lot of crime, a lot of drug trafficking down here, right in my neighborhood. Lots of murders down here. Elf, got you. Why did you leave Maine? No, I'd live on the beach. As long as it's not Hurricane Alley. Living in Maine would be cool because you could be fairly close to the Atlantic because it's very rare. It's very rare. You do get nor'easters, which can be brutal. But it's rare to get hurricanes up that far. They can hit. They've hit New York. But usually they peter out when they make it up that far. You know, Leslie, and I've heard that, I was shocked. I was looking at some of the West Virginia towns online, and there was a huge amount of crime in some of those small towns. I'm like, what gives? I know West Virginia's economy sucks. All the coal mines took a hit, and it's just, I'm sorry to say what I'm about to say. West Virginia has a lot of draggy white people. There's good white people, but there's draggy ones. Shauna, don't worry. God has his hand on me and I'm fine. And thank you, though. Pray for me. Yeah, but Hawaii is so expensive. You got any aloe vera, Terry? You got a real aloe vera plant. Break a sprig off, take your thumbnail on the inside between the pricklies and cut it, bend it back and wipe it on. It'll help soothe it. I've heard that too, Bluegrass. Mob and Nene on their way here, they came through West Virginia and just said that people were very nice to them. There are nice people. Emma, where are you at again? Thank you for that, Shauna. You know, I'm going to say something. God has established me here, and I know that. I, in anger the other day, said I hate it here. It's not paradise. But I've also said, God, you gave me my home. You gave me my job. You gave me my pastor. And you've told me, for now, this is where I'm supposed to be. Kentucky is pretty. I went through there in 1986. I call Kentucky the horse state. One, it has a Kentucky Derby, but you got those rolling hills with those, the white fences with the crisscross. It's very much horse country, very pretty. Where'd you go today, Terry? It is horses, absolutely, and it's beautiful. I couldn't afford your house, Bluegrass. I know there's a place in Kentucky where there's affordable house. I don't know what it'd be like to live in those places. Tennessee's beautiful. Stay away from Memphis. Stay away from Nashville. Stay away from the big cities. Lone Wolf, are you still in the house? Hi, Susie. Wow, Susie, so you're a care provider. Good for you, and that's not easy. And a stroke, Susie, it does. It absolutely does, but that's not easy to work with every day. Gee! She threw out a cute little heart. That's so cute. G, 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 G. G, 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 G. Sorry, G, I'm digressing. Your daughter's a nurse? Absolutely, Shauna. Susie, you'll be blessed for being the care provider and compassionate to people because it's sad. You got people that have no family to give a crap about them. Thank you, Terry. I appreciate that. Bluegrass, I might cut loose and start dancing sensually in my skirt. I love to do that. Sometimes I'm just in the mood, but I have to have music. Had horses all my life. What is the Rainbow Bridge? That's an expression I'm not familiar with. I can't. I don't have a radio. My phone is my stereo. I got a soundbar this long up in the kitchen cabinet up here. Man looks like a lady. Oh, you mean, I thought you were talking about your son. You're talking about a dog? Yeah, Susie, you can always come here. Sometimes we light it up. Sometimes we're praying for people. We got a little bit of this and that going on. I really was thinking I should get a radio, especially when Helene hit, and have batteries in it. Get one of those stupid wind-up ones. That would suck. Wait, I'm not done hearing the report. Oh, your horse. Got you. Hey, G. Did you even see me do a dance for you? Susie, the thing is, you can come here and the women will love on you in here. They're nice. Everybody's cool. I know. I thought she was talking about her son. I worked for a guy named Bill in Colorado at the truck center. He lived out in Bennett, Colorado, and he had horses. And he was absent one day and he barrel raced. And he had a horse. He and his wife would barrel race. Go to barrel racing events. He was really good at it. He had a professional photographer take a picture of him and his wife out there barrel racing, and he would have his horse go around almost at a near, just intense lean. And Bill's up on that horse, and I'm like, that is an awesome picture of you, man. And that horse is just getting into that curve. And he had to put it down. And he was telling me, I said, are you all right? It was hard, Mike. I said, what did you do with it? And he says, I have a backhoe, and I just dug a hole and made a grave in my own property. And I feel bad for somebody when they lose a horse. A horse is such a beautiful, stately animal. I love horses. I think horses are freaking awesome animals. Really, Leslie. Really, Terry, that's awesome. They are. And, forgive me, people get mad at me for this. I am not into fur babies and all this dog worship. It really bothers me. But I respect horses. They're a very functional, practical animal. They're beautiful. That was transportation back in the day. I'm going to be honest with you. I wouldn't mind going back to that. I love it. There's something powerful. I love the movie Man from Snowy River when all those horses went down that steep mountain in the outback. Do you guys remember that? Oh my gosh. I mean, near vertical, and those horses are just full speed down that thing. Look at the power of these animals. It's phenomenal. Thank you, Leslie. Is that, where the Derby's in what? In Louisville? Or is that in Lexington? Lagging. Oh, I saw that lady smile. Okay, Planet G. I was having fun. That's cool. Paper out on a pony. That is cool. One of my favorite songs as a kid, and still is this day, and some people think it's, I had a male friend, he and his wife, when I was married, and he thought it was a silly, stupid song. I said, really, William? I liked it. Wildfire. On a cold Nebraska night, on a pony she named Wildfire, Love that song. I'm not afraid to admit it. Sad when the horse busted down a stall and got loose. I've been through Nebraska. I like Nebraska. I don't want to live there. But I've met people from Nebraska that are pretty down to earth. Omaha sucks. Don't want to live in Omaha. No, they don't, Werner. They do not. Hello, Beth. It's so funny. Beth comes into her Kevin ID and I always get mixed up. There's a hoot owl out by my window now. 6 nights in a row. She's calling for me, I know. Yeah, it's a sad song, and it's a beautiful one. I actually turned a black guy onto it. This is a cool story. There was a black guy I worked with. He would volunteer in the summer to help out with the seat repair. And we were talking about music. And I told him about Wildfire. He says, I'm not familiar with that. I said, pull it up on your phone. He pulled it up. And he was a country guy himself. He not only listened to the song, but the end of the original piece had a very long piano thing going on. He told me the next day, he said, thanks for that song, Mike. I keep playing it over and over. That piano, that song is beautiful. A black guy turned on to Wildfire. I love that. That's cool. Now, I never stayed in Kansas. I remember I cursed it when I went through in 1989. I had my 78 Chevy van, 3 on the tree, and I'm driving on, I can't remember what interstate, and it was sleeting, it was cold, miserable weather, and there was smoldering fires burning. They were burning the fields in preparation for spring planting, and it was flat. Then the van suddenly started sputtering. I pulled over, and it died. That was my first time by myself. 23 years old. I left Arizona. And I sat in the seat and I said, God, I really need you. Because there's no shop. We didn't have cell phones back then. And I fired it up, and it ran rough, and it quit. I cranked it over, fired it up again, and I put the pedal to the floor. Must have been bad gas. I put that baby in drive and said, we going to Duluth, baby. I said, thank you, Lord. It didn't run bad again. It was the weirdest thing, but I freaked out in my mind. I thought, oh, I don't want to break down here. And I remember thinking, Kansas, oh my gosh, no. Katerina, haven't you been in here many times? I like it, Katerina. I feel free in it. I like to feel sexy as a 6-year-old guy. Yeah, Leslie, I recycled it out of the house. It was badly damaged. And I did this wall. This used to go up and down. It used to go all the way through. This was damaged at the bottom. I cut out the rock, flipped it around, turned it this way, and I tore this whole wall open. The door was here. One of those cheap corridors you could kick your foot through. I threw that out. Bought this for 10 bucks, 100-year-old door, scuffed it, sandpaper and varnished it. Then I reframed the whole wall. There was a 4x4 post that had a stub roof off the front porch. It was rotted halfway through. The first couple of days of moving in here, I got up and sawed off the whole thing and pulled it down. Cut the 4x4 posts. The posts were good. And part of that post is built as the header above that door. If there's ever a big earthquake, I'm going right here. I built this wall tough. Thank you, Shauna. Blondie, you need to understand something. People that call their dogs fur babies and children and value them over people, that's a disorder. That's my belief. I know that not everybody shares that with me. I don't think it's wrong. I had a cat when I was a kid, and when it died, I cried. But it's not my fur baby. It's not my child. It does not have a soul. It does not go to heaven. The Bible does not teach that. Why would God have us sacrifice lambs? Why would he do that? You know, he wouldn't have us kill animals and eat animals if they have a soul. He would not do that. Well, fair enough, Katerina. I just like feminine clothing sometimes. I don't wear this at work. I got you, Bluegrass, and I do understand that. There's a lady right now in Texas. She's not always here, and she's got a dog that's been with her, and she told me that she's trying to keep it alive, and it's throwing up, and she said it's about to leave, and she's been down there, and she has some acreage in Texas, and she's alone, suffering all kinds. You know, I'm not going to tell somebody it's wrong to have a dog. I don't want pets. I grew up with them. I had rabbits. Sister had hamsters. I had guinea pigs. I had aquariums. Dogs, cats, goats, bunny rabbits. I even named it Thumper. I'm done with the animals. Thank you, Jillian. I want a woman that I can pet, not a dog. Capiche? I want a woman kissing on me, not a dog licking me. Hey! Is it your birthday today? Is it your birthday, Bluegrass? Is it really your birthday? When I was a young adult, I had dogs. I went to the shelter in Prescott and got Otto. German Shepherd Doberman mix, big dog. People freaked out when I walked that down the street. Black, and he had the brown markings just like the Doberman. He was taller than a standard shepherd, and he was big, but he had all that long fur and the big bushy tail. That dog was up to here on me. I mean, he was big. And it was Otto, O-T-T-O, German. And I left him with my first ex-wife. And that dog and her went to West Virginia, and that dog lived years. I love that dog. But the whole house smelled like dog, and there was fur everywhere. I'm sorry. I have compassion for that. I had a dog show up in my yard right after I bought this house. It was a pit bull. I was in the house, and I looked down, there's a big yellow cat in the yard. And I went to look out the window, and I saw the pit bull under the trees in the back. And I was like, okay, And I was going to run out that back door and go, get out of here. Because there were some pit bulls that would get out of the property next door. They come in my backyard. I was up on the roof checking the roof before I got a roofer. And they're barking at me. Man, I came down that ladder and said, get! And they all ran in all directions. Bark at me in my yard. I learned something. Don't show an animal fear. You do that, you're going to get hurt. But when I went out the back door, the dog was laying down under the trees. And I started to walk fairly quickly, and the dog stood up, put its head down, and its tail was wagging. And I got down on my knees and I said, oh, come here, girl. You've been abused, and I could tell. Dog came over, licked my hand, and the dog wouldn't leave my yard. Day after day after day. Everybody on Facebook, Mike, you got a friend. Bring it in the house. I'm not bringing it in the house. I'd go to work. I'd come home, and my door used to be right here, and my truck. He'd lay on the mat between the front door and the front door of my truck. I'd come out in the morning, I'm like, wow, dog, you really are faithful. I didn't have it fenced off, and every time I drive to work, that dog chased me, and I was afraid he was going to get hit. One day I came home, I nudged the truck up, and the dog, I said, no! And I kept getting out, no! I couldn't get it to stop doing that. Then I got my finger injured. I'd come home, get out of the truck, and that dog would jump up so happy. Do not hit my finger. And I was nice to that dog. I bought it food. Never brought it in here. Somebody said, you need to get a trifecta, and that's $250 for heartworm and fleas, and $250? No. So I put an ad up. And a white couple out in the country responded, and they come out, met the dog. They showed me a picture of their dog. This one was brown and white. Theirs was black and white. They looked identical. Pits. They took the dog. She messaged me a few days and said, the dogs are getting along great. This dog is loving it out here. And I said, I'm very happy to hear that. So I care. I just don't like the OCD that's taken place in the last 20, 30 years. All this dog talk. And those same people don't care about me. When I was in Colorado, to have all their dog paw stickers on the SUV, drive like idiots, the doggy tail wiper, and I'd step out in a crosswalk, and it's those vehicles with the dog on the lady's lap who's driving, almost taking my toes off. I'm like, I'm sick of these people. Leslie, I did what was right because I do care. And I was very, very much touched. I was going to build a huge doghouse back there. Big enough for me to crawl into. "16 years, that's a long time for a cat." That's the other thing. Vet bills for a dog, it's crazy high. I wouldn't mind having chickens. Not a lot. Chickens that lay eggs. And maybe a pig. I think it'd be fun to have a pig. I like pigs. I want a pig. I just think pigs are cool. The other thing I didn't tell you about that dog, it was a girl. All her teats were sticking out. I think she had dumped a litter. And I'm sorry to say what I'm about to say. The people around here, a lot of them don't take care of their pets. They run loose through the neighborhoods, cats, dogs, everything. Pit bulls are dangerous when they're running loose. And I'll see black men and black women walking the paths around Augusta, and they're carrying a giant stick. And when I first moved here, I said, why are they carrying a stick? They said it's for the dogs. And there's a leash law here, but that don't stop people from being irresponsible. This dog was abused. They probably took the pups, sold them for money. And, you know, I felt bad for the dog. The dog had a happy disposition. Did not bark once in my yard. I was like, wow. I mean, on that scale alone, that would have been a perfect outdoor pet. Leslie, thanks for coming in. Hope to see you again. You have a good evening and a good work week. Oh, pigs are awesome. They're disgusting, really, but they're cool, too. Hey, Terry, thanks for coming in. You have a good night. Have a good work week. Be safe. Excuse me, I am a pig. I belched. I love pigs. I like the movie Babe. Disabled retired hairdresser. Well, good for you. You retired out, man. Once a hairstylist, always a hairstylist. She's hair today and hair tomorrow. That movie was so cute. I started crying when the factory took the big pigs and pulled them up. And it made me sad when Babe goes, Mama, I lost it. I'm a grown man and I lost it when the pig said, Mama. I'm like, oh, that bothered me. I loved it when that old man get up there and dance. La da 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 da. Clapped his feet together, and the pig, he's trying to make the pig feel better. And that damn duck was looking in the window and all the animals going. And he gets done and he looks at the animals and he maintains his composure. I don't know what's gotten into you, honey. That's so funny. And that stupid, weird gate, ding, 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 ding. I want the house on Babe. I want the house on Babe. That is so cool. Anybody want that house on Babe? That was so cool. Oh, that's sad, Bluegrass. Rascal pig. You call me a pig, girl? That house, I love the inside. I love the outside with the curved edges around the window and the grass roof. Oh, yeah. That was awesome. Yeah, but I hope it didn't get killed or something. Here, pig. I'm the same way. If I had a pig, I'm not going to name it. I'm going to call it Pig. Hi, Pig. I'm like that. I do that to the cat. Hi, cat. You always stare at me like that, cat. Makes me nervous. Stop looking at me. Oh, somebody took it in. Well, that's good. Pig thief. pig thief. I used to tell my son when he's little, I'd cook hamburger. I said, we're having cow today, son. Would you like some pig? Pork chop. I used to try to have fun at everything I did. Did you see that movie, Planet? Jillian? Michael's spaceship was running out of fuel rods. He needed a recharge. As he was hurtling through space, he looked and he said, our only hope is to land on planet G. Hopefully they got some fuel rods down there. If they don't, at least we can land and not crash this thing. So he turned on the thrusters and aimed for planet G. Yep, she's from Northern Ireland. This, hi Woods, this. We're hanging on the next sentence. Twister was a good movie. I thought Helen was pretty. She was cute. But nobody's going to strap themselves to a pump house and survive that like they did. That is a lie. They would have been beaten into a pulp by that tornado. Hollywood artistic license. Happens every time. Irish have the best pub songs. Hey, Douglas. Emma, thanks for coming in. Please come back. You have a good week. Nice to see your pretty face. And the little mice. That's so funny. Lovely Northern Ireland. Hey, what's the name of the... There's a place in Ireland, G, that I've been told or read. There's a road and people drive off of the cliff. Is it Dover? To commit suicide. They drive their car, get going real fast and launch into the Atlantic. I'm like, oh my gosh, where is that? Have you heard of that? The cute mice talking. It's a nice sweet meat. Oh my gosh. See ya, Emma. I love you, Emma. I love you all. Planet G is fun and friendly. That's good. No more bullies. Babe Pig in the City wasn't as good, but it was okay. Is it Dublin, Ireland? That's not on the coast, though. Isn't that more in the middle? Remember that dog with the training wheels on its back legs? Missing back? That was a trip. Thank you, Emma. Moi. I had a friend in Denver that was going to go to Ireland. She was going to tour the Guinness factory. Or should I say the brewery? Yeah, that was a cute movie. Talking sheep. And that growly old dog, boy, he was not nice. Me too, Bluegrass. And G said that if I come up there, she'd take me shopping. Fly, yes, that was the dog's name. Yeah, the dog got his ego bruised when he didn't protect the sheep. Babe stepped into action and the dog got very jealous. I think it'd be fun to go there, Bluegrass. The locals will have to teach me how to dance an Irish jig. I don't think I could do it. They move so different. Charlotte's Web was awesome. I read the book and saw the old 70s movie. La da la da 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 da. I love music and I love that. That was so cool. That house, oh my gosh, I love that house. Character. Man, no trolls today. I'm surprised. I was ready for them too. I was totally ready for the trolls. I didn't even get to showcase this. Pull-ups, baby. Pull-ups. That house was so sweet. The interior was charming. I love them old wooden houses with character. The wee duck. Wasn't that Ferdinand? Yep, Minnie Mouse, Donald Duck, Mrs. Duck. Looks like Pluto. Who's the other dog? Goofy. Love a bit of shopping. Pardon me, Jay, would you happen to have a spot of grey poop on? This is Candy Kid. She's 20. She came in to chat the other night. That's where she lives. And I went through there in 2012 and stopped at a diner. That's Blackfeet Indian Reservation. That's right in Browning, Montana. She took that sunset picture yesterday and sent it to me. It is a windswept, cold town. When I came through there in March, very cold, very bitter. The wind blows. But that's one of our viewers and subs living in Montana. That sunset is priceless. Or excuse me, that was the sunrise. My bad. Douglas, Montana is a beautiful state. I came across it in 2008 from east to west. I've been down it from north to south, closer through the rocky side. Browning is a very different place. I had a good T-bone steak, eggs, and hash browns for $9, no tax, back in 2012 on my way to Denver. And I'll tell you what I've learned driving across America. If you want to go fast, the interstate's great. If you want to have good food to eat and meet some nice people, take the highways. Diners, not franchises, are the best places to stop and eat. The greasy spoons. Here in Bozeman, one of my moderators is up in Polson. Montana's beautiful, but they get the winters. They didn't have much snow this winter, according to Jim Russell. But that's a beautiful sunrise. That's Indian reservation country, the Blackfoot Indian. Yeah, Jim was telling me today that Forrest Gump had a scene when he was running across America that was filmed in Montana. And Jim had a bobcat. This girl here left a nasty comment today. Said I had a something Bateman creepy vibe. One of my dancing videos. Thank God for Colette. She goes, I don't want to talk about what vibe you give off, but basically that's uncalled for. And I wrote her and I said, have you ever looked in the mirror, honey? Take a long look, and you don't know what the definition of creepy is. I'm amazed how many people make their comments. And I look at the face there. She looks soulless to me, just my opinion. And that's all I'm going to say. She does. She looks mean as hell. And obviously, somebody pissed in her Cheerios. Snow drought. Yeah, I heard that, Douglas. It's amazing. Most of the people that are critical of me in a nasty way don't have pictures, but then the ones that do, girl, I'm better looking than you at 60 as a man than you are. At least I got joy in my face. You know, come on. Bluegrass, have we known each other 5 years? Were you on my Facebook or my other channel? Douglas, I understand that some people, thank you for your comment. I understand some people think it's off-putting. I confess. Years ago, I would have seen somebody dressed like this and I would have said WTF. People ask me if I have a midlife crisis. Maybe I had a mini one again. I don't know. I hit it in my 40s several times. I don't know. It's the dynamic of Augusta. It's the dynamic of what I've been through. And I just finally said, I'm bored. Let's try this. Let's do this. Yeah, I agree, G. I totally agree. This channel I started a month or two after Helene in 2024. So it would have been November, December. Peanut butter, I'm not getting a haircut for a long time. You know that, PB&J, so just stop. Yeah, let's roll that beautiful bean footage one more time. She's got beautiful long hair, but the face, she's got the rest of me, you know what, look. That might be me. She just looks like she does not have a warm, caring heart. No, it hasn't, because bluegrass, I started this in November, December of 2024. This November will be 2 years on this channel. Not bad. 2 years and almost 14,000 subs. She looks like someone just stomped on her foot. Jillian, you make me get all mushy. You're so sweet. No, I've only had the channel. I had a channel before this on my laptop, Pacific Ocean Tsunami, but it was a nothing burger. It's still there. I can't get into my own channel. When I got the iPhone, I can't get into it. iPhone and Google do weird things. They got an unholy marriage. So I had to make a new account. I had to make a Google ID, all that. So now it's all linked up so they can track me down. 7 subs. And there is a remote chance that that's a guy that stole somebody's picture just being a butt. They do that too. There's a few women, they say I'm creepy. Laura did that last week and was very nasty. I said, honey, you don't know what the definition of creepy is. I said, your rude comment is uncalled for. She wrote back in all capital letters, wow, you'd think somebody's on YouTube could take a little criticism. Personally, I don't give a rat's ass what you or anybody thinks of me, but you do give off a creepy vibe, blah, 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 blah. You don't give a rat's ass what anybody thinks, but you have to respond to this, huh? You know, just that whole, what she did proved to me, this is one unhappy soul. I know that when I say something to somebody, if I don't like somebody's thing or whatever on the channel, I know I ain't going to change them. I'm not going to change them at all. So as I mature, PB&J, what are you saying? Okay, I'm out on the maybe dude thing. What is all that? Hi, Victoria. How are you? Hello, Seth. Is he making a slam at me? I've actually lost a couple people that have been in here for the longest time over just me doing this last couple of days, and I've been doing it. I don't understand. It's weird. Oh, I thought you were ripping on me. My bad. I took the low road on that one, PB&J. I'm like, you've been with me. Are you really turning on me? Yeah, it could be, but it probably isn't. But sometimes it happens. There's guys that get on dating sites. They'll steal 4 female pictures from somebody. You're laughing. Man, you had me going for a minute. Like PB&J, you've been here. And now what? Oops. Phrases you do not want to hear in an operating room. Oops. By the doctor. Uh-oh. Hey, what'd you do with the scissors? I don't know. You had them last. They're not on the table. Did you already sew them up? Yep. Uh-oh. You heard about that? No, not today. You heard about that doctor sewing up patients with medical things in them? Scissors, forceps, different medical instruments. That's not good. That's not good at all. I think before you show somebody, you have to call out every piece of equipment that you had laid out. And if you can't find it, you don't touch the person. People have had surgeries in a hospital, and the surgeon has accidentally sewed up a pair of scissors or a tool used for the surgery. Gee, I went to the flea market yesterday. I wore my black lace, this heart, my shorts. I went to Walmart before that. Now, when I went to the flea market, I used soap and wash. I kissed my arms with lipstick all over. I went to Walmart. I got no dirty stares. Black men, black women, people walked down the aisle. Some women looked and smiled, and I smiled. Older black lady that runs the check yourself out area. Hey, how are you? I said, I'm good. How are you? And it amazes me when I get online, the hatred. You would think that here I'd get all kinds of verbal. Now, granted, I go in the morning when all the teens and everybody aren't out. It'd probably be different in the afternoon. But I walk through the flea market, but they've seen me so many times. They may have their opinions, but there's never been open hostility. I've had some dirty looks. Oh no, yesterday I had kisses all over. Did you see my video where I was doing that? I was doing that all over. But I've noticed that the online world is intimidating, and then you go out in public. Now, I'm not going to wear this skirt out there. If I had the dress on, I'd wear this simply because as a man, I sit down, I don't need them seeing my, up my skirt. Towel with clamps. Yes, Douglas. Messed up, yeah. Douglas, absolutely correct. I'll be right back. I have to use the bathroom. I'm back in black. Hi, Clem. How are you? Good to see you. I like the black. I want the lady's honest opinion. I like it. Does it look too stupid? I'm good. It's hot today, 95. But I like the black. I know it's different, but I like it. I think it goes with me. Have you guys ever taken a song and changed the words of it to be funny? Like if I'm working somewhere and somebody's being strange or mental, I will start singing, "There's a little black spot in the sun today." And people will look at me and go, "Mike, yeah, what is that?" It says, "A song by Sting." "Why'd you sing it?" "Because I like it." "Oh, why that one?" And they don't understand why I did it. Is it really hot in Tennessee too? Oh, you went to a farm, that's why. Did you get up on the big tractors? Bluegrass. I want to see if there's any lag. It's the same old thing as yesterday. But check you out, rascal. I don't understand why my words just went white. Were your words blue? They've always been white. You got different colored font? Gee, you crack me up. That's weird, but you can only use one color in the chat. One color in the chat. It's white, you see, not black, not red, not green, not yellow, just white. That's it. You gotta go with the groove. I'm weird. I've lost my mind. Bible says, "Be not given in drunkenness, but be filled with the Holy Spirit." There is no prohibition against drinking wine. It just says, don't get drunk. Bluegrass. Have you seen words change color? Have you seen your vision fade? Call my office now and be part of a class action suit. I don't either. Yeah, I spent $136 in groceries because the week before the other Walmart didn't have all my stuff. I usually load up for stuff that lasts beyond. Sometimes I overbuy and I go into my cupboard and go, I got 10 cans of carrots. Maybe I ought to start eating those. Really, Bluegrass, that is so wild. KFK, how are you doing? Your life is an illusion. Why so? I did try to get out and come back in. I'm sorry. Once you check into Ocean Heart's channel, you cannot check out. Do you understand me, Bluegrass? Uh-oh, Michael's being creepy. Shoobop, shoobop. Reboot, my baby. Reboot, reboot. The Matrix. Michael, stop that. I'm just playing. I'm just playing. Joe Walsh. Roaches check in, but they never check out. Welcome to the Hotel California. It's such a lovely place. It's such a lovely place. Living it up at the chat room, California. All the pretty ladies. All the beautiful ladies. Avita! How are you? Come see the man with black lipstick. PB&J, come on now. Adjusting your set? Get your rabbit ears out. Elizabeth, I'm good. How are you? I'm not being perverted. Where's your mind, PB&J? You've been eating too much PB&J and it's made your mind go corrupt. That's proof that PB&J is hazardous to your health. Really, Bluegrass? Did you reboot? Do you have an iPhone, Bluegrass? iPhones do weird things too. You leaving the gym? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Working out on a hot day. Oh, nice. Oh, I wonder what 1,000,000,000 degrees would do to everything. Turn it to sheer liquid. iPhone does weird things. Even with this new phone. Sometimes I'll start to do a short, a comment will pop up and I go to swipe it, and instead it takes me to the comment, read the comment, come back, and I can't get out of the screen. So I have to turn the phone off. Google or YouTube or iPhone is not, it does have its flaws. Well, guess what? I am. How many times are you going to come back with that same picture? I am CCB. Get off my channel, little boy. And don't come back. You keep coming back with that same picture, the same troll. Go find a toilet bowl to scrubby-dub-dub. Because you're not doing anything constructive. Oh, he checked himself right out the door. That picture was some guy with a vest on. He came in here just the other day under a different name. It's probably a stolen picture. Basement dweller. So what'd you do at a farm today? Hey, CCB, I forgot. I brought you a complimentary box. Let me know where I can send them. They're just for you, big boy. Oh, that's cool. Petting zoo. Pull-ups, absolutely. He needs a My Buddy doll toy too. My buddy and me gonna climb a tree. Yeah. My buddy. My buddy. Who bought a My Buddy doll? I was like, that came out in the 90s. Or was that the late 80s? I'm like, what boy is gonna buy a boy doll? But apparently it's sold. Do they really? So do you got an Android, G? Some raw, natural, organic dopamine. B&J remembers the commercial too. Drop and give me 50 now. Oh no. We're gonna get up and dance. What do you want to do with your life? I want to rock. There is no window. There's the kitchen window to the front porch. It's dark because there's no windows in the kitchen. Just the window of the front porch. But I've got a dark black curtain over the porch window. I don't like anybody being able to see into my house. They can go right up to the glass and they can't see in. I love it. I can see out. I can see the street, the house, the cars. They cannot see in. Basement dweller, yes. I love to stretch. Who's going to take this dance with me, ladies? I smell good, I'm clean. Her name was Lola. She was a showgirl with yellow feathers in her hair and a dress cut down to there. She would merengue and do the cha-cha. Oh yes, I liked that song. Oh, really? You like that, Clem? You like it when I be sexy? I'm too sexy for my top. Oh my gosh, that song was so stupid. Thank God I'm clean. I better be. Inchworm, oh my gosh. Inchworm, inchworm. Slinky, Slinky, Slinky the wonderful toy. Slinky, Slinky, fun for a girl and a boy. Why do I remember all that stuff? And they never did have a Sea Monkeys commercial. They were those lame ads in the back of the comic books. Damn Sea Monkeys. I still think that we should have a class action suit for Gen X. We were lied to. It caused trauma. People don't like to talk about it. But we need to sue them. They didn't look like that. We were lied to. That was the beginning of our exposure to how dangerous the world really was. Yes. No way. The Slinky song? That's a trip. The little blue jug is dynamo. We had a commercial in California. Cal Worthington Dodge. If you want a better deal, go see Cal. This is Cal Worthington at Cal Worthington Dodge with his dog Spot. And he's got a live giraffe. Oh my gosh. Sea monkeys. Sea monkeys. You remember that? Some old man named Bob, he's not very kind to me. Well, thank you. I don't think I'm too bad for 60. Hey, Sonia. How are you? Yeah, but that was the app. The ad didn't say they look like that, but it was implication. Sea monkeys. And we kids thought they looked like that. What kid wouldn't want to come home and look in a fish tank and see these smiling little pink things going? No, they were brine shrimp that went and died 2 days later. I already ate, Clem. They already watched me wolf and pig out. Class action against sea monkeys. Yeah, somebody made big money off of that. Hey, Clem, you recognize this guy? Straight out of the swamp. Straight out of Finney Swamp. Mac and cheese, peas and carrots, tuna fish. Yep, she's memorizing my menu. Yes, Clem, I miss my hair. It was the heat of the moment, telling me what my heart says. The heat of the moment showed in your eyes. Ha! I love my hair and I miss it. It was fun. It was shocking to me too. I'm still mourning it. I've got the piece on my dresser in the bedroom. It was frizzing out. I told you that. It was getting tangled. I washed it every day because people say you can't wash it every day. In the South, you got to wash your hair. You sweat out of every pore in your body. I'm not going to bed with sweaty head. Did he really? What did he say, PB&J? The heat of the moment showed in your eye. Yeah, that's Spanish moss hanging out of the trees. That's not that far from the house. There's gators and otters and snakes in that swamp. Very cool. They got a boardwalk built over the swamp. You can walk. It's very cool. There's a sucker born every minute. Yes. Sweat, wet, got me going like a turbo jet. I told her I'd catch her on the fly. Instead, I was going to fry. The heat has got me beat. And it ain't sweet. Oh, I ponytailed it sometimes. No beard, itchy, scratchy, too hot. If I was in 50 below, I might try it. This was me at church. All those Southerners love me. I don't care where I go. I'm going to be myself. And if the locals don't like it, too bad. Duck Dynasty, I remember that. Those guys were cool. Hi, Paula. Mama, I killed a man. La, da, 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 da. Oh, Queen, get a grip. You're the first one there or the last one to leave. Oh, I was first. Yes, my cousin sent me some a couple years ago, and I don't know what happened to it. I think I gave it to my son. They still sell them, yes. The pig? What pig? I don't have a pig pic. Where's the pig pic? No, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't have a pig pic. Oh, got you, Paula. Yeah, I do the mornings closed because I can just get on a tangent, uninterrupted. I don't have a picture of a piggy. Did I post a picture of a piggy? Guys, in the last few days, I don't remember posting a piggy pic. Wait, hold on. Hold on. I think I know what she's talking about. I gotta find it. Does anybody remember that game called Pig Mania? I don't have the little tiny pig. I thought I had it. This is the only pig I own. Actually, I got a porcelain piggy, two piggies hugging in my bedroom. That's a mama pig. You know how you tell it's a mama pig? Because of those. And I said, no more illegals in my house, and I got an alien living here. How'd he get in? I didn't give him a passport. It's all stuff I found on a school bus when I fixed seats. Kids would cut open the seats and stuff things in them. Look at this, a dang ice cream. And Pookie Bear. Crazy. Yes, Avita. Yes. I want a teacup pig. I want a piggy for a pet. I was saying that earlier today. I could do my own show.
Who's that? Clem Johnson? Wow, she pretty.
Dollar store vase. Maybe I should put them all in formaldehyde. Boobs. Lots of boobs. This is what you do on a Sunday. You play with your toys. Flintstones. Meet the Flintstones. They're the modern Stone Age family from the town of Bedrock. They're a place right out of history. Run, 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 down, Dino! Paul, I'm sorry, I'm digressing. That's cute, Carol. I wish when somebody comes up with a mute button for people, I want it. When I'm at work, when I see somebody publicly saying something, I can just go. And you see their mouth moving. What happened? That guy don't have no voice. I muted him. You what? He's muted. Do you ever wish you could mute somebody in real life? Yeah, why are they so cute as little kids and they grow up to be teenagers and they cuss you out and sass you and sucks. This is scary. I mean, what do they make this for? It's an ice cream thing. Or is it a piece of toast? I don't know what it is.
Ooh, oh no, Mr. Bell.
This looks like,
Oh no, Mr. Bell.
Saturday Night Live. Blondie, that'd be cool. My mom. Hey, I was at a botanical gardens in Spokane at Manitou Park. And they got a greenhouse you can go into. They had trees in there. They had a fishtail palm tree from the Philippines. And a bunch of different things. And they had this long, like my yucca, except it kind of twirled up. And it had yellow and green stripes. And it was called mother-in-law tongue. I'm like, yep, that's a good name for it. Oh yeah, I got a drawer full of crap. Dice, padlocks with no keys. You used to call me on the cell phone. 'Cause I know when the hotline bleeding. It used to be my everything. Mother-in-law tongue. A pig litter box. Shoot, they just need a dang pig pen. I used to do that to the Hispanic kids on the bus. They couldn't speak any English. So I would always get on the bus intercom. They'd be down, the seat backs are real high. And I'd get on the mic and I'd go, pig, gordo. Oh, they thought that was so funny. They'd say pig and then they'd say gordo, which is Spanish for pig. Oh my gosh, that was funny. I like to make people smile. I tried to have fun as a driver. Oh. And I need to get my crate so I can put it up on the stand. Oh, that sucks. I'm not deaf, but my left ear, after I got COVID, I got a slight bit of that tinnitus. And the hearing is not as great in that ear. Sneezing dust. Yeah, I got a whole drawer full of stuff. Lots of stuff. This squeezy ball. A girl came up and handed me this one day. A pink hot rod. Middle school girls who give me these things for some reason. The bracelets. Tetelesti 33 AD. A gay hollow plastic frog. When I rode the sped bus, I bought the kids Dollar Tree a bunch of these bugs, and they loved them. This was left over out of the pack that I bought. They had flies and beetles, and the kids went nuts over that. This. Oh, is that one of those things you press on? Oh, yeah, you press the tail. That's cool. I did not know that. What is that, a Yorkshire? A Scotty? Breast cancer awareness bracelet. My realtor gave me this for the holidays. This I found. Can't get my hand in it. It's too small, but it's a bracelet. This was my Wheat Ridge lock when I'd go to the rec center to swim all day. And you just put this around your arm, and you always had your key with you. That was handy. Found this on the bus. Or no, somebody bought us this. I don't know what it all is. Bottle opener. It's a bunch of different things. With a little sleeve. God is my strength and power. Little pocket knife. I'm a boot. Oh my gosh. He did that all last night. Hi, Mantis. Wow, what is going on in here? All this stuff is... This is magnetic hematite. Excuse me. Sneeze. This is pretty cool. Boy, there's all kinds of stuff twisted up in here. Good night. Lanyards. Now, how the heck did that get stuck in there? How did that happen? Oh, I swear, there are things that are done in the night by demons. How do you get the bracelet stuck in the metal? Remember these? These things drive me nuts. And it takes me a minute. Voila. These are those metal puzzles. And they're not, it takes a minute to think it through. It's not easy to do this. It's so easy to fall in love. I got it out, but now I can't get it back. You see what I'm saying? Any of you ever do these things? There we go. Aha! Yeah! Neato! We don't walk in the swamp. There's a boardwalk that's elevated above it. I think there is an army man in here somewhere. This is a girl car. I spy. See, let me read her comment. Jim Russell, ever find the green tan army men on the bus? Courage and hope and strength and faith. I don't even wear these bracelets. Another dinosaur. This is a happy pen. Bugs, gators, and pythons. We don't have pythons here. We just got water moccasins. This was the pole chain to one of my ceiling fans, and it broke off, one of the old ones in the house. I thought the pole chain was cool, so I kept it. This, I don't know what this was, but this was cool. Another dinosaur, Stegosaurus. New goal. Oh, I got bracelets up the wazoo. We got rattlers. We got everything. This was a zipper pull, I think, on an outfit. A knob that I salvaged from an old dresser that I fixed. And a fidget toy. Look at this thing. It's like a tactical toy. You can spin it, pull it, pop it, touch it, feel it. Isn't that neato? What is hours of fun? Yeah. If I ever get sent to my room, at least I got something to play with. A padlock that I don't have the key for. That thing is tiny. And I got dice. And this one has dolphins, palm trees, and the state of Florida on it. It's a die, and another die, and another, and another, and another, and another, and another. And we got a green one and a red one. Anybody want to play? I love dice. I will tell you that right now. Jim, we had a green one, but some kid painted it white. Isn't that cute? I think they flour sacked him in the trench. Look, his gun's all bent. This guy's sad, man. Look at him. That's creepy. Ghost soldier. Checkers, I was just going to say. Anybody got dominoes? Whitewashed. Ladies, if it looks like I'm losing my mind, I did not lose all my marbles. They're right here. When I was a kid, these were the bomb. These were called boulders. These were called cat's eyes. Then they had the ones that were solids. We used to play marbles, and I love these. These were fun. Marbles! Cold weather, yeah. His snow camouflage. Yes, bluegrass. COVID looks like this. Keychains. This is stuff I find on the bus. This went to an outfit or a jacket. Some kid's homemade bracelet project. A very small ring for a tiny student. Oh, look. The wedding ring I saved for Clem. Isn't that lovely? No stone. Must have fallen out. Blondie! Marbles, I love marbles. Yes, isn't that the truth, J. Paul? Oh, Mantis, I am sorry. You lost it today? Ooh, remember your steps, man. Remember your steps. That's all I can tell you. Somebody ran over this with the bus. This is Sportsman's Warehouse in Atlanta. Bass Pro Shops. It's a penny that you put in and it smashes it into this. This was a kid's house key that they tossed in the back of the seat. This is a graduate of the COVID year. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. That sucks. I lost $100 once. I had gotten paid, cashed my check, had $100 in my pocket. I just found the third one and put it on there. There's 3. Anybody remember these? These metal puzzles that all different shapes? I love those. They drive me nuts. Look, Lisa, I'll send this to you because we're besties. Besties. Will you be my BFF? This is trash. The Batman watch that doesn't work, I can get rid of that. Those watches, if the battery costs more than the watch. Look at, I love you to the moon and back. That was probably my $100 I lost in Duluth, and it blew it all the way down there, Vita. All right, let's see how smart you guys are. I found this on the bus. I had no idea what it was. It's metal, and it's a Pokemon metal. What are these things? All the way to Kent. Man, I hope you do. Polyworld, what is this? What does it say? This is tadpole Pokemon, capable of living in and out of water. When out of water, it sweats to keep its body slimy. Length 3 feet 4 inches, weight 44 pounds. Oh, Poliwrath. Poliworld, there it is. What were these things? Collector card. A penny on tails. He lives on an island on Lake Huron, Bluegrass, in one of the Great Lakes on the Canada side. I envy him. A, B, C, a 1, 2, 3. A very hard rubber ball with steel inside. Anybody want a unicorn? 12,000. Oh my gosh. So did the clasp on it break? It was all right, Combs. Pastor talked about the millennium and what is the purpose of it. It was good. Anybody need a hand? There you go. I got a hand for you. Now that's weird. I don't know what it went to. I think it hung on a zipper pole. Scary. You like that, Avita? All right, who's in the room from Canada? No, never mind. This is mine. This is $1 Hong Kong dollar. Where's the Hong Kong? $1 Hong Kong dollar in the coin. Oh, this is Chuck E. Rocks. Yeah, Chuck E. Cheese token. Now, you know I didn't get that. That was from the bus. I don't even go to Chuck E. Cheese. Have you ever seen half a marble? There you go. Look, a very tiny butterfly. Oh, that coin's mine. I got a bag full of them. That and Philippine coins. E pluribus unum. That's a quarter. Chuck E. Cheese. Hong Kong. Green marble. Oh, is this Macau? Yes, I went to Macau. This is 2005. I went to Macau when I was over there. One pataka. What is this? Estados Unidos Mexicanos. This is a Mexican peso. Very cool. And what is that? And what does that say? And every fair from fair sometimes declines. Cryptic. Very strange. I don't know where these kids get all this stuff. Now this is sad. Look at this, ladies. I found this on the bus. Read it. A father or mother. I'll read it because you can't see it. My daughter, never forget how much I love you. As you grow older, you will face many challenges in life. Just do your best. I might not be with you, but know that I believe in you. You were and always will be the best thing that ever happened to me. Love, Mom. I found this on the bus and it saddened me. Either a girl lost it or she tossed it. Very sad. This is a diary lock that I found. Mine would tell me to get lost. Sad. What is this? Falcons with the back still attached. Not a bad find. And everybody needs a bouncer in suspenders. I bet you his armpits smell. Woo, baby. And this is Colorado. I did a lot of field trips on the school bus. And I'd take the kids to Dinosaur Ridge. And the kids are supposed to pick up their stuff. You drop them off at the school. And they made a mess. I looked to make sure I didn't see items. And I left the school to get to my next school so I could get in line in time. I had a few moments, kept the door shut, and I swept the bus. And this little baggie was on the floor. And a kid bought something out of the souvenir shop. A kid, don't know which one. And because I was running around the city, you know, you never get back to the school, can't ever get it back. But this is amethyst. And that's beautiful. And they charged a bunch of money in that damn dinosaur store. You know, somebody paid for this. And I thought, how sad. That is such a beautiful, beautiful piece of amethyst. This I got to be careful because it's going to break. Got that in Hong Kong. That's pure tiger's eye. Love tiger's eye. Tiger's eye is one of my favorite rocks. Another find on the bus. This I got working at the truck center. This was somebody's key tag on a truck before the leases were turned over to us. And this guy got so scared like he saw a ghost. Another dice, another domino. I like weird stuff. I wish I had chains of this. Ladies, what is this? It says Disney on the back. Why do I keep a Star of David? I'm a Christian. Frozen Elsa. Ah. I'm a Christian and I support Israel. Now, you guys ought to know what this is. Guitar pick. Yes, Paula, that is a Star of David. Absolutely. And a kid on my bus in Duluth. I was moving out of Duluth for the last time. And he gave me this. Remember when people, you could buy spoons from around the world? Well, Duluth had one with the lift bridge hanging in there. In Duluth. I thought that was very cool. You don't see these anymore. I'm aware of that, but I also pray for them like the Bible tells us to pray for them. Bible also says that God will bless those who bless them and curse those who curse. The whole world is turning against Christians little by little. Israel does it because they've rejected the Messiah. But God still has a plan for them. And if you read Zechariah, Daniel, and Ezekiel, and Revelation, he's not done with them yet. Boy, there's a lot of stuff in this little drawer. Sorry, everybody, I was having too much fun showing toys. Unbelievable. This will never get a battery, so I'm going to dispense with it. I don't know why I kept this. This is no good. Guitar pick, yes. No, I know Israel is not a friend to Christians. But when the rapture of the church happens, two things are going to take place. God's attention is going to be on the world for judgment and trying to get Israel's attention. And the Bible says in Zechariah, 1/3 of Israel will be saved. 1/3 of the Jews living during the tribulation will actually wake up and get it and get saved. They're a very stubborn nation, but everybody's stubborn. Anybody who rejects Christ is stubborn. Anybody. All right, Batman, it's been nice knowing you. I wore this to church today. Isn't that a nice church shirt? Gaslight Anthem. It's a good question, Ethan. That's a deep one. God is sovereign. Can my prayer change his mind? I think what we fail to realize is God is sovereign. And many times we pray our will, and God doesn't give us what we want. That's right, J. Polt. That's right. We have free will, but God has a plan for us. We can be disobedient. We can choose to rebel him. But as a child of God, the Bible says he chastens us. He doesn't chasten the world. He only chastens his children. I'm a parent, but I'm not a parent of somebody else's kid. So I can't chasten that kid. God chastens his children. We get disobedient, he'll swat us. He may cause any number of things to happen. And I'm not going to list them because I don't want people to read something into that. Oh, I must be being disciplined. No, sometimes things happen. And God can use it for his glory. Look at Joseph, accused by Potiphar's wife of trying to lie down with her. That little skank, come lie with me. Kept pawing at him, and he grabbed his little tunic or whatever, and she grinned. Oh, good. I'll wait for my husband to get back. Say he tried to make this Hebrew, tried to make sport of us. trying to talk about our free will and God's sovereignty, that gets sticky. We are limited. There's only so much we can do. J. Paul, I think we all try to grasp at that. Can my prayer change the mind of God? I don't know. Sometimes I say, God, what's the point in praying for this person? They're stubborn. They've rejected you. They're not going to get. God isn't just going to come down and tell my mother, you need to get saved. Come on, let's go. That's not God's fault. My mother has her own free will. And no, we're not answering questions. I'm not in touch with her. Haven't been for a long time. The sovereignty of God and the free will of man is interesting. Adolf Hitler did what he did. Mussolini, Stalin, Lenin. And people get tripped. Well, if God were a loving God, why do you allow that to happen? God gave Adam and Eve a choice. You can eat of any tree in the garden except that one. And Eve was tempted right away by the devil. She listened to him and she saw that it was good to know knowledge of good and evil. You didn't need to know the knowledge of good and evil. Don't eat from that tree. You don't need to know what evil is. And the rest is history. That choice, that act, infected the entire hard drive of creation with a virus. And there's no cure for it. In Hebrew, it's interesting what the scripture says. In English, it says Adam and Eve were told, you can have from any tree in the garden but that one over there. The day that you eat of it, thou shalt surely die. In the Hebrew, it says, dying thou shalt surely die. 2 deaths. Go into the Old Testament and look at the genealogies. Methuselah, 960 years old. Pastor was saying that when the millennial happens, no one's going to die. But watch this. Satan's chained up and bound up in a pit for 1,000 years. Jesus rules from Jerusalem. And at the end of 1,000 years, the devil will be loosed. And he'll deceive the nations. And you know why? Because even though God's ruling, you still have to make a decision in your heart. And these people will do outward complicity, which is what religion's all about. But in their heart, they're rejecting him. And when Satan comes out, it's not that he changed their minds. It's that they played a game. And that will show the world there is no good in us. That man is sinful. And unless you get saved, and when you get saved, an act, a transition happens. You are made righteous through the shed blood of Jesus because you took him as your substitute. That's why he said, behold the Lamb of God, which takes away the sin of the world. Hi, Tans. Tans! I miss the sound of your voice. Your voice is a comfort in a storm. Well, I'll let you crack on, Michael. Tans would do very well reading British stories. I could listen to her reading books all day. Well, you never lost faith because you're owned by him. This is what people don't realize. We as Christians can get out of obedience. We can walk into the pig pen of the world. But God won't let us stay there because he owns us. People who leave the church and reject God and become very venomous towards the Bible, they weren't saved. That's what I believe. They were pretenders. Tans, thank you. You're cute, and I appreciate you more than you know. I'm glad I was able to hear from you today. And I can't wait to meet all my chatters in heaven. But I can't wait to see Tans in heaven. Because then we'll all be well. No more struggles. No more tears. No more heartaches. And you bless mine, Tans. Thank you. You're a wise in the faith woman. And I appreciate that. Soon and very soon, we are going to see the King. Soon and very soon, we are going to see the King. Soon and very soon, we are going to see the King. Hallelujah, hallelujah, we're going to see the King. My pastor does. He believes it's soon. An older lady came up, leaned over the pew to say good morning, and she goes, "You do believe the return of the Lord is near?" And I said, "Absolutely. I don't know when, but I hope it's in my lifetime." Jay, pull right on. Tans, you bring me a smile too with your British accent. It's very cool. Crack on. That's funny. People said it for hundreds of years. I get to throw out a word though. But there's things going on that were not going on hundreds of years ago. Talk about a cashless society. The internet has brought us together in a way that nothing ever could. The internet is the new Tower of Babel. Think about it. Think about it. There are things going on that were not going on. We've had war, we've had earthquakes, but there's different things. The whole world is getting on the same page. It wasn't hundreds of years ago. AI is demonic. Be careful. They can take your picture and your video and modify it and put a voice over it, and people think it's you. And don't you love the people that try to warn? And they get on the channel and they leave a comment. "Mike, I'm worried about your safety." And they'll lay out this danger and how somebody could do this. So print it on my page and give these morons ideas. Great idea. I delete comments like that all the time. Don't give fools ideas. That's crazy. How can Canada do that? And no man knows the day or the hour. Could the world go on another 200 years? It could. I don't see how. One of the things I look at is the sexual revolution. Number one, white women are having less babies than everybody else. White culture is starting to diminish. Let me say something powerful. I don't believe we've got that much longer. And I'm going to say something that's going to get me in trouble. People will say I'm racist. I am not. Out of our culture, more than any other, for all the dissing and all the assassination that's been dished at our culture, our Caucasian culture has brought more technology, more good, stopped in it in more wars, and brought more hope for mankind than any other culture out there. If white culture goes away, the world instability goes up 1,000%. My belief. We have our problems. We're buttheads. But we ended slavery. We stood up for women. We stood against certain things. Not Asia, not Africa, us. They say they can watch me through my phone and my laptop. Good. I've been known to moon my camera periodically. You want to look at something? Look at that. Blue moon, I saw you standing alone. Why is the moon white? I don't know. We got a problem, Houston. I want everybody in this room to tell me what I said was just wrong. Please. About our race. Was there anything I just said that is incorrect about our white race, our Caucasian race? Technology brought by us. Not me, but our race, our heritage. White women are having less babies than Muslims, Catholics, and other ethnicities in the world. Hi, Krebs. White people have their flaws, but I'm going to say something. You take Caucasians out of this world, the world would be a worse place. Fact. Asia and Africa are not going to solve the greatest problems of the world. They're incapable of it. God gifted every race to have their strengths. I'm going to stop right there. I'm tired of our race being trashed. You take white people out of this world. You think crime's bad? You think the world's dangerous? Watch what happens. We stand against that Islamic crap. We stood against Japan. We stood against Adolf Hitler. And we also liberated the blacks from slavery. The South had their head up their butt for decades after that, but that doesn't represent me. Europe ended slavery before we did. William Wilberforce was a white Christian man. He had influence on a slave ship captain who got saved, and he wrote the words, "Amazing Grace, how sweet the sound." Don't get me started on the soapbox. if it was just African Americans, if they became great in number in this country, do you think, if all the white people were gone, do you think that they're going to make this a better place for all peoples? I don't believe that at all. I'm not racist. I don't believe that at all. I do not believe that. Wow, Tans. And I'm not being racist. You take Caucasian people out of the world, the darkness closes in like a flood. You take the church out of the world, things are going to get ugly fast. Once the rapture happens, it sucks to be you who are left behind. The millennium will be populated by those that get saved during the tribulation and enter the millennium. God will kill all of the unbelievers at Armageddon in his judgment. Those that got saved and survived all of the horrors and atrocities of the tribulation will populate the millennium. They will have sons and daughters. For 1,000 years, man will not die. The Bible says their number would be as the sand of the seashore. In 1,000 years, it will be populated. Jesus will rule from Jerusalem. But people still have to make an individual choice in their heart. And many will not. Jesus said something back then that will still be true in the millennium. Broad is the road that leads to destruction. Few there be that find eternal life, and narrow is the road. That doesn't change. You have a perfect environment. No Democrats, no Republicans, no communists, no socialists. Jesus Christ is Lord. Snakes and children will play. The wolf will lay down with the lamb. Nobody will bite and devour. And people will still, after all that, harbor hatred towards God. And at the end of the millennium, it says fire comes down and destroys the world, burns it up, and all the enemies of God. Satan is cast in the lake of fire. All the unbelievers are cast in the lake of fire. Death is cast in the lake of fire. Bye, Felicia. What a noise that will be. Can you imagine that? I wish God would give me the supernatural ability. God, let me do this. What do you want to do, Michael? Hand me Satan. What for? Watch. I was never good with a ball as a kid on earth. I'd pick him up, dribble him a couple times and go, and he shoots. Slam dunk! Yeah, the crowd goes wild. A war in heaven. Michael and his angels fought against the dragon and his demons. But Michael and the angels prevail. Our God is an awesome God. He reigns from heaven above with wisdom, power, and love. Our God is an awesome. Nobody's going to win against God. Nobody. And any clown that thinks so, stupid. Black. Kiss me, baby. How are you, Krebs? Oh my gosh. When my little boy was a baby and he laughed, I was losing it. You're absolutely right, J. Paul. A belly laugh from a baby. Thank you, Molly. Imagine. And the pastor said, all of us here, we're going to be there at the millennium. We'll be in it. Because we come down with Christ at Armageddon. We got stuff to do. Some of us will be rulers over cities and places. No, we won't be sweating and working like down here. That's awesome. Fair to Midland. It is. Clem, thanks for coming in today. Hey, G, are you still in here or did you possum out on me? So tired of people possuming out, they don't even say goodbye. What's up with that? Thank you, Paula. You know, for years I looked down on my body and everything, and now I look and say, you know, God, you blessed me. The world didn't recognize it, but you did. Yes, J. Paul. I know it sounds dumb, but I like clean and smooth even on me. It's a better look. I don't like hairy armpits on anybody. I don't like to see grown men out there going like this. Put your pits down. Ugh, sweaty, hairy, nasty. Ugh. I like clean. It's just a way to live life. That's right, Paula. Amen. Folks, be encouraged. Be encouraged. I want to read you something, and then I'm going to go. It's time for Betty Bye. I got 4 days in the sweatshop. I'll be wearing earplugs this weekend. And the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, went through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave over the land of the free and the home of the brave. There's G, that rascalette, running off and hiding again. I'm going to read you something in Zechariah. Most of you may not be familiar. We're going to go to Zechariah and then we're going to go to Ezekiel. You guys are going to learn something tonight if you haven't learned it. Oh, say, can you see by my cracking voice? Oh my gosh. All right, where is it? Let's go back. I almost think of a haunting movie where I'm whistling that, kind of a haunting melancholy. And the movie goes off, talking about threat to freedom and all this. And the big brass come in and everybody's like, we're in trouble. Somebody says, no, we're not. Oh, yeah, we are. Our country's going. You haven't met Michael Nelson yet, have you? Michael Nelson. And they show me. Some guy wearing lipstick and woman's clothing. What's he going to do? Oh, baby. This summer, at a theater near you. A YouTube man and his YouTube community take Ireland, Scotland, the UK, and America by storm. Are you tired of losing your freedom? Stand up and fight! Wouldn't that be fun? Yes, Paul, I've read it. Good stuff. So, listen to this. Zechariah 14. And in that day, his feet will stand on the Mount of Olives, which is in front of Jerusalem on the east. And the Mount of Olives will be split in its middle from east to west by a very large valley. So the half of the mountain will move toward the north and the other half toward the south. Now let me give you a picture. It's not going to be easy for me to do on this phone. This is Jerusalem where my fingernail is. This is the Dead Sea. This is Galilee, the Sea of Galilee. So Jerusalem is, oh my, right there. So half the mountain moving north, half south, and a valley forms. That valley is going to split between the Mediterranean and the Dead Sea. Now go to Ezekiel. I want you to read this. The Dead Sea is salty. I don't believe there's any fish in there. It's dead. That's why it's called the Dead Sea. The saline concentrate is so high, nothing can survive. Ezekiel 47. Now remember, the millennial reign of Christ. There's going to be a new temple erected. Or maybe it'll be the one that survives the tribulation. Not sure. But this temple's in Jerusalem, and listen to what it says. Then he brought me back to the door of the house, and behold, the water was flowing from under the threshold of the house toward the east, for the house faced east. And the water was flowing down from the right side of the house, from south of the altar. And he brought me out by the way of the north gate, and led me around on the outside of the outer gate, by way of the gate that faces east. And behold, water was trickling from the south side. When the man went out toward the east with a line in his hand, he measured 1,000 cubits, and he led me through the water reaching the ankles. Again he measured 1,000 and led me through the water reaching the knees. Again he measured 1,000 and led me through the water reaching the loins. Again he measured 1,000. It was a river that I could not ford, for the water had risen enough water to swim in, a river that could not be forded. And he said to me, Son of man, have you seen this? Then he brought me back to the bank of the river. And when I had returned, behold, on the bank of the river, there were very many trees on the one side, on the other. Then he said to me, these waters go out toward the eastern region and go down into the Arabah. They go down toward the sea, being made to flow into the sea, and the waters of the sea become fresh. East of Jerusalem is the Dead Sea. Listen to this. So everything will live where the river goes. And it will come about that fishermen will stand beside it from En Gedi. I looked it up on the map. It's down on the southern area of the Dead Sea on the shore. Fishermen will stand beside it from En Gedi to Engalim. There will be a place for the spreading of nets. Their fish will be according to their kinds, like the fish of the great sea, very many. But his swamps and marshes will not become fresh. They will be left for salt. And by the river on its bank, on one side and on the other, will grow all kinds of trees for food. Their leaves will not wither. Their fruit will not fail. They will bear every month, because their water flows from the sanctuary, and their fruit will be for food, and their leaves for healing. When Jesus Christ stands on the Mount of Olives, forget superheroes. It is going to be a geographical event. The freshest, best water in the world. I want to drink it. There's a spring underneath the Mount of Olives. It will be ruptured when the mountain splits in half. There's an earthquake fault geologists noticed a few years ago under the Mount of Olives. Well, duh. Bible already told us that. There's some major things coming, folks. And all these people that are bragging and arrogant and shaking their fist at God, they're stupid. You found it. Praise God. He found his necklace, folks. That's awesome. Now, don't wear that in public anymore. Do you understand me, young man? Listen to Papa. Put a padlock around it next time. That's an expensive loss, buddy. I'm glad you found it. See? I'm reading the Word of God and he finds it. That's awesome. Where was it? Oh, it was on my dresser in the house. Michael will never wear a $12,000 piece of jewelry. Somebody gives me something worth that much, I'm going to cash it in and use the money to live. I don't want something that somebody's going to kill me to steal. Wow, good thing nobody walked down there. Lake Huron rolls, Superior steams in the rooms of her ice water mansions. Old Michigan steams like a young man's dreams. The islands and bays are for sportsmen. And farther below, Lake Ontario takes in what Lake Erie can send her. And the iron boats go, as the mariners all know, with the gales of November remembered. The lake was good to you today, sir. It didn't have a storm and wash it out. You know, I don't like Elton John, but I was in the truck the other day and I did turn up the song because I thought I could apply that to my life as a Christian. Don't you know, I'm still standing. That's our song, Christian. That's not his. That's ours. I'm still standing. I'm still standing. You're still standing. Yes. And I was told they ring it 30 times now. Gordon Lightfoot died 2 years ago. they treat him as an honorary crew because of his song memorializing the tragedy. Yeah, they're big lakes. I lived in Duluth, and the first time I walked down to the shore, it was a blustery spring day, and it was whipping whitecaps off the waves, and I was like, wow. I walked into the Marine Museum. They had a model, big glass case, sand, showed the bow of the Fitzgerald, plunged into the bottom, Lake's Pier and the stern upside down, and all the broken stuff and the iron ore pellets in between. Hatch covers everywhere. And strangely, the bow of the ship up by the bridge was dented bad. You know, a lot of people up there weren't smart. They said it had to do with the hatch covers. I've watched video after video of people saying what they thought it was. And one video I watched makes sense. They had 35, 45-foot waves. Son of a gun. Somebody called. Anybody hear me? Anybody hear me? A call just came in and interrupted the stream. Okay. Yes, exactly. Lake Erie is only like 250 feet at its deepest. Superior's 1,300. I think Michigan is about 6 or 7. But you want to know what the greatest ship tragedy was, death-wise, on the Great Lakes? Chicago on Michigan, the Eastland. Churchgoers loading up on a steamer to go to the islands. They crowded on the thing at the dock. Dang thing turned over on its side, and lots and lots of deaths trapped and couldn't get out. The Eastland disaster. Paula, you know your Great Lakes stuff. I'm proud of you. Thank you, Palmer, and I'm glad. The Wreck of the Emmett Fitzgerald by Gordon Lightfoot. One of the classic guitars ever. That man had a gift for capturing it. He captured it well. His voice, that guitar. I met a guy outside Hibbing years ago. Went over to his house and he had an acoustic, and I said, "Can you play the Emmett Fitzgerald?" He says, "I don't know if I can play the whole thing." And he started some of it, and I was just like, oh, wow, on the acoustic. It was beautiful. I love the Great Lakes, Katerina. They're God's creation. I love the Great Lakes. I always will. I like the stories, the harshness of the winter. The Great Lakes remind us that we're not as great as we think we are. Katerina, you've had a little too much to drink tonight. What's going on? You know that if I would go there, I'd probably want to stay. This heat is driving me back to the Great Lakes winds. They're a resource. And there's only one other lake out there that's noteworthy, Lake Baikal in Russia. It's extremely deep. Baikal is fascinating as well. No, I got you, Manus. I caught that. I'm still standing in the blood of Jesus. Yeah, we Christians stand. Though the devil gnashes his teeth and rages, and the storms assail us, we're not the Edmund Fitzgerald. Jesus is our pilot. He's got us. He's got us. I never was a fan of him. My sister played him. I don't hate him. His music just didn't grab me. She was listening to Elton John. I was listening to Beach Boys on KHJ, AM station in LA. That was the hot hits back in the day. I remember when Wings at the Sound of Speed. Someone's knocking at the door. Somebody's ringing the bell. That was my favorite song. Silly love songs. Afternoon Delight. Moonlight. Feels Right. How about Mungo Jerry? One hit wonder. In the summertime. I got women. I'm on my It never rains in Southern California. That's what I grew up on. I've been through the desert on a horse with no name. Yeah. Shadow Dancer. Did you know the Beach Boys were out of Iowa? Can you believe that? Some people want to fill the world with silly love songs. And what's wrong with that? I'd like to know. Oh my gosh, this packaging is so gay. The ginger chew stuck at the bottom, it tears at the top, and then it can't rip it down the side. I'm going to complain to China. That's bogus. All right. Tie a yellow ribbon. Katerina, you need to calm down or I'm going to ban you out of here. Using the F word and going off, I don't know what's going on and why you're taking it out on me and my chat. You need to stop. Last warning. Thank you, Melissa. Thank you. I appreciate that. I don't know what the source of your anger is tonight, but you have no business taking it out on me and us. Get control of yourself. I don't know what she's going on about. There's no context to it. Evita, you have a good evening. I'm leaving soon, too. You're kidding. I didn't know Captain and Tennille divorced. They were such a sweet couple back in the day. But we all have a sin nature, don't we? Evita, take care. Thank you for coming in. Yeah, Paul, I was trying to read that. But if he were in the military, he made a choice. I don't believe he was drafted. Three people to a dinner party. You were just going off with the F word. What are you talking about? You said you hated the Great Lakes. You could care less of something. What? I'm like, what is going on? You're not hating on for being honest. I thought you were lashing out at me and us. Could you clarify, please? Yeah, I think I'm being reasonable. I didn't throw you out of here. Educate me. Yes, Paula, that right there. Sunday night, man, trying to decompress. I need y'all help. But let's be encouraged about one thing. Jesus Christ is coming back for his saints. If you are in Christ, you're going home. If you die, or if the trumpet blows. Melissa, welcome from down under. Be encouraged. Life is hard, but God's preparing a place for us in the New Jerusalem. I look at all the stuff I put all over my walls. I mean, I don't think it's going to be like this. I don't think I'll have toy trucks and books. And what's it going to be like? What is it going to be like in the New Jerusalem? There's a fascinating thought. No light bill, no heating bill, no AC bill, no taxes, no noisy idiot neighbors, and no boom boom. Wow. Playing a part in the picture show. Take the long way home. No trolls. Oh, that alone is heaven. My neighbor and I are the only ones that mow our lawns within a day of each other. It's so funny. I mow mine and then he mows his. I love my neighbor. He's a good guy. Got you, Katerina. Thank you. I thought you were upset, man. I didn't know what was going on. See, Blondie, I'm just the opposite. Homeowners association dues, noisy neighbors, crazy people on the board that don't follow the rules. I lived in a condo. I'd rather die on my property than in a box with a bunch of people that are going to be a nuisance. I'm not saying you have that, but that's what I experienced. I don't want to do it again. If God's going to let me die, if I had any say, I want to be on an island in the South Pacific and just walk to the private side of the island and sit down under a palm tree and watch the surf and say, okay, God, it's time, let's go. And God just takes my body and hides it, and I'm gone. But it doesn't really matter. When I leave the body, nothing matters. I'm with Him. That's it. I'll deal with mowing my lawn. It's worth it to have my peace of mind back here. Everybody needs a green place and a green space. That's why I like storms sometimes. They're bigger than us. And I was thinking about that. People think they're high and mighty, making all their noise. God brings a storm, they all gone. They ain't out here making noise. They're all hiding in their place. Thank you, Bluegrass Barbecue. I just farted. Did you hear that? Barking spider got loose when I came in the door. I thought I left it outside. That's terrible. Better set the spider traps. Melissa, good to see you, and everybody else. Kat, sorry if I read you wrong. Paula, thank you. And Blondie. Shoot. All I need. Tans, it is so good to see you. You guys have double vision, or is it just me? You imagine two of us on here? I mean, we're opposites. Total opposites. But yet we look alike. Isn't that funny? Opposite. I turn this way, it turns that way. What's up with that? We can't even look at each other. You heard that? Did you hear that? I wish it sounded like an ocean liner horn. Oh my gosh, I would have so much fun with that. Be in a warehouse and everybody's like, what was that? Mike farted. No way, nobody farts like that. Mr. Nelson does. Man, I'd let it rip everywhere I went just to watch people. Double trouble. Well, guess what? I like it. There was a frog. Go, froggy, go. You gotta keep on hopping till you get to the top. Go. I love my full-length mirror. I totally saved this. I gotta clean it off too. I shave in front of it because I took my little bathroom mirror off. That's all I do. I put my hand under the water, get it wet, flick it. I take the towel and dry it. It's better than Windex. Go, froggy, go. You gotta keep on hopping. You never stop. Gee, that would be funny. I want to sound like the Queen Mary. People playing that god-awful music. I just walk outside. And you can hear that horn 10 miles away. Well, thank you for the compliment, G. In my flesh, I wish I had a young Fraulein to put her kisses all over me instead of me doing it to myself. Oh dear. Just think if I had a wife, she's talking to her friend. Mildred, what was that? Oh, my husband farted. Mildred, people whose farts don't sound like my husband does. He's into ships. And apparently the foghorn got stuck in his anus. Wow. I do need a woman. But I don't need just any woman. Not at all. Because if my woman's going to turn my life upside down in a bad way, then I better just stay put. I don't need no trouble in my life. I've had enough. Thank you, copycat. I don't hate women, Melissa, but I'm just going to be honest. Both sides of the sexual equation, people are messed up today. And getting involved with somebody either side of the fence can be hazardous to your health. So now you're against my stream. Katerina, what is going on with you tonight? Are you bipolar by chance? Bowl of mac and cheese. Hey, I like my mac and cheese, man. Don't be knocking my mac and cheese now, sheepish. I know you're not. I'm just playing with you. Relationships should not be as hard as working at the warehouse. And if they are, then you in the wrong relationship. That I will say. If you have to work as hard at a relationship as you do your physical job, that's a no. Just saying. I think two people should come together because they're a benefit to each other. They love to be together. They're the highlight of each other's day. When you come home from work and you come outside from the world, your wife or your husband should be a breath of fresh air, not a drudgery. I know what you meant, Blondie. All right, folks, I'm going to wrap it up before I start throwing people out of the room. Sheesh. You guys have a good evening. Jacinta, I didn't even see you sneak in. Yeah, but it's rare chance I would. I should have to be exceptional and be in the shape I am. Well, got you, Katerina. I just don't know what's going on. You're up and down with me. I'm going to go for now. We'll leave this alone. Everybody have a good evening. Mark, you have a good night. Jacinta, thanks for coming in. Tans, good to see you as always. And where is that rascalette? She's running around under the pews, under the furniture, burrowing holes in the wall. Where is she? There she is. Blondie, you have a good night. Molly, have a good night. Jillian, you best behave yourself. Yes, amen. It's going to be hot, hot, hot. Bluegrass, thank you for coming in too. Good to see you. Till next time, copycat. And I'm really happy that Mantis found his necklace. Nobody needs to lose a $12,000 jewelry. Good night. Better put that in a safe deposit box and take a picture of it out and pull it out every so often. Yeah, shoot. I have a feeling God's going to send me to Ireland, not to be St. Patrick and chase out the snakes, but to round up G. It'll be St. Michael's Day then. She is up to naughtiness. You're up to naughtiness, not me. I'm about to go to bed. I don't know what you're doing. You guys have a good night.